I guess you know what comes across my mind. Murder. Just murder, murder.
A lot of ladies think he's attractive.
Very nice, very well spoken.
This is what I do with women, you know? I use my charm, use my good looks. I'm like a lion. You're the prey, I can sense it.
I stand here today to announce the indictment of Wade Wilson for the murders of Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz.
Both of them had been strangled. The last person that they encountered was Mr. Wade Wilson.
He said he got back in the car and ran her over until she looked like spaghetti.
I choked her out so she couldn't breathe anymore. I was on a rampage at this point.
He's still pulling the strings from a jail cell. He's got an army of wives. That's all he's ever wanted.
To advocate for someone because you think he's handsome.
A rage overcomes me. Just kill, kill, kill. When I get that way, I become the devil.
I'm gonna be honest with you, son. Everybody in the state thinks you're a monster.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere.
All right, we're all present. Summary okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the jurors are all here. They are making last minute restroom breaks. As soon as we get word that they're ready, bring them in.
Judge, just before we start, with the exception of the two witnesses we've already agreed upon, we're going to go ahead and vote the rule.
And then also, our investigator, Ashley Dolan, we have filed that notice for as well.
Yes, that's fine.
All right,
Thank you.
rules been invoked. Both sides will attend to your witnesses, make sure that you are keeping them from talking to anybody about testimony that's taking place in the court.
Your Honor, for the record, also, for opening, I have a exhibit, which is a map of the school, and I've shown council, some pictures I'll be showing during opening last week.
That's great. We've reviewed it and we're fine with what he presented.
All right, thank you. Just for the people in the audience, I understand that this is likely to be a very emotional case for many or all of you. You have to limit, you can't do emotional outbursts in the courtroom. I need you to step outside if you think you're going to be unable to contain yourself, because that will interrupt the trial proceedings. Pads and pens have been distributed, Brooke?
Yes, sir.
Terry, will you test the podium mic?
Yes, sir.
It's on.
Yes, sir. Test, 1, 2.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
No, we do that.
You ready, sir?
Y'all ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, bring it in. You guys can see. All right, everybody be seated. Let me just, good morning. Let me thank all of you for being on time. I understand everyone was on time. I don't recall from jury selection if anybody had any back issues or needs to stand frequently, can't sit for a long period of time. If so, just raise your hand now. Okay. What you may want to do is sit where she's sitting, the last chair here. You don't have to do it right now, but later on, that way you can stand up. It'll be a little easier for you to get up and down as you need to during the course of the trial, okay? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, the first thing I'm going to do is give you your trial oath. You will stand and raise your right hand. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, you shall well and truly try the issue formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia and Colin Gray, who is charged with multiple offenses that I'll review with you in just a minute, and a true verdict give according to the evidence. So help you God. Please swear or affirm. Swear. All right, all were sworn. Thank you. Be seated. So, ladies and gentlemen, your service is about to begin in earnest. Thomas Jefferson once said, "I consider trial by jury as the only anchor yet imagined by man, by which a government can be held to the principles of its constitution." What I'm going to do next is give you some preliminary jury instructions. I know some of you have never served on a jury, so listen to these and let them guide you as you consider the evidence in the case. So you have been sworn and impaneled, and you are about to try a criminal case entitled State of Georgia versus Colin Gray. The defendant, Colin Gray, has been indicted by the grand jury of Barrow County in an indictment that I'm going to summarize to you now. I want you to understand, you will have a copy of the indictment with you during jury deliberations. That document is what controls as far as the language of the charges go. I'm summarizing it now to avoid reading all 29 counts. But you will have it with you in the jury room and understand that that is what is the controlling document regarding the charges, not what I say right now. All of the offenses are alleged to have occurred in Barrow County, Georgia on or about September 4th of 2024. Understand that to all of the charges, Mr. Gray has entered a not guilty plea, that he's presumed innocent, as I told you during jury selection. He is charged with 2 counts of murder in the second degree, it being alleged that irrespective of malice, he did cause the death of Christian Angulo and Mason Skirmerhorn, human beings, while in the commission of cruelty to children in the second degree, as alleged in counts 2 and 4 of this indictment. He is charged with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter, it being alleged while in the commission of an unlawful act, reckless conduct, as alleged in counts 6 and 8 of this indictment, he did cause the death of Richard Aspinwall and Anna Christina Jeremy, human beings, without any intention to do so. He is charged with 2 counts of cruelty to children in the second degree, being alleged that he did, with criminal negligence, cause Christian Angulo and Mason Skirmerhorn, children under the age of 18 years, cruel and excessive physical pain by consciously disregarding the substantial and unjustifiable risk that his act of allowing Colt Gray, a minor over whom he had custodial responsibility, access to a firearm and ammunition after receiving sufficient warning that Colt Gray would harm and endanger the bodily safety of another, and thereafter Colt Gray did shoot said children with said firearm. He was charged with 3 counts of cruelty to children in the second degree, being alleged that he did, with criminal negligence, cause Melanie Galera Castaneda, Natalie Griffith, and Taylor Jones, children under the age of 18 years, cruel and excessive physical and mental pain by consciously disregarding the substantial and unjustifiable risk that his act of allowing Colt Gray, a minor over whom he had custodial responsibility, access to a firearm and ammunition after receiving sufficient warning that Colt Gray would harm and endanger the bodily safety of another, and thereafter Colt Gray did shoot said children with said firearm. He was charged with 3 counts of cruelty to children in the second degree, it being alleged he did, with criminal negligence, cause Jackson Beaver, Ronaldo Vega, and Nautica Walton, children under the age of 18 years, cruel and excessive physical and mental pain by consciously disregarding a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his act of allowing Colt Gray, a minor over whom he had custodial responsibility, access to a firearm and ammunition after receiving sufficient warning that Colt Gray would harm and endanger the bodily safety of another, and thereafter Colt Gray did discharge a firearm multiple times inside the classroom occupied by said children. He is charged with 11 counts of cruelty to children in the second degree, it being alleged that he did, with criminal negligence, cause Landon Adams, Hayden Bowen, Jalen Brady, Michaela Brown, William Carricker, Marquez Colin, Kendez Lawrence, Martin Moreno Galdamez, Tyler Moon, Ariana Norman, and Brittany Rubio, children under the age of 18 years, cruel and excessive mental pain by consciously disregarding a substantial and unjustifiable risk that his act of allowing Colt Gray, a minor over whom he had custodial responsibility, access to a firearm and ammunition, after receiving sufficient warning that Colt Gray would harm and endanger the bodily safety of another, and thereafter Colt Gray did discharge a firearm multiple times inside a classroom occupied by said children. He is charged with 1 count of cruelty to children in the second degree, it being alleged that he did, with criminal negligence, cause Zane Zinni, a child under the age of 18 years, cruel and excessive mental pain by consciously disregarding the substantial and unjustifiable risk that his act of allowing Colt Gray, a minor over whom he had custodial responsibility, access to a firearm and ammunition after receiving sufficient warning that Colt Gray would harm and endanger the bodily safety of another, and thereafter Colt Gray did point said firearm at said child. He's charged with 2 counts of reckless conduct, being alleged he did unlawfully endanger the bodily safety of Stephen Edwards and Cassandra Ryan by consciously disregarding the substantial and unjustifiable risk that his act of allowing Colt Gray, a minor over whom he had custodial responsibility, access to a firearm and ammunition after receiving sufficient warning that Colt Gray would endanger the bodily safety of another, and thereafter Colt Gray did discharge a firearm multiple times inside a classroom occupied by said victim, said disregard constituting a gross deviation from the standard of care which a reasonable person would exercise in the situation. And he is charged with 3 counts of reckless conduct, being alleged he did unlawfully endanger the bodily safety of Richard Aspinwall, Anna Christina Irami, and David Phoenix by consciously disregarding the substantial and unjustifiable risk that his act of allowing Colt Gray, a minor over whom he had custodial responsibility, access to a firearm and ammunition after receiving sufficient warning that Colt Gray would endanger the bodily safety of another, and thereafter Colt Gray did shoot said victims, said disregard constituting a gross deviation from the standard of care which a reasonable person would exercise in the situation. Now, to that indictment, the defendant has pled not guilty and he denies each and every allegation therein. This is what forms the issue that you've been selected, sworn, and impaneled to try. Before we begin the trial, I'm giving you these preliminary instructions on the fundamental principles of criminal law. I will also instruct you on the role of the judge, the jury, and the lawyers, and give you an overview of the trial procedure. So the defendant is charged in the indictment with crimes that are violations of certain laws of the state of Georgia. I want to emphasize to you that the indictment, including all of the counts therein and the plea of not guilty, are the legal procedures by which these criminal charges are brought against the defendant. The charges and plea of not guilty are not evidence of guilt, and you should not consider them as evidence for implication of guilt of any crime whatsoever. This defendant is presumed to be innocent. The defendant enters upon the trial of this case with a presumption of innocence in his favor, and this presumption remains with the defendant unless and until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of a crime or crimes charged. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crimes charged beyond a reasonable doubt. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. It is a doubt of a fair-minded juror, impartial juror, honestly seeking the truth. It is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt, but it is a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a consideration of the evidence or a lack of evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or any combination of these. There is no burden of proof upon the defendant whatsoever, and the burden never shifts to the defendant to prove his innocence. If, after giving consideration to all of the facts and circumstances of this case, your minds are wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law and you must acquit the defendant. But if no doubt exists in your minds about the guilt of the accused, then you would be authorized to convict the defendant. If the state fails to prove the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. Under our system, it is my duty as the trial judge to determine the law that applies to this case and to instruct you, the jury, on the specific rules of law that you must apply to the facts in arriving at a verdict. I'm giving you some of these instructions now. I will give you more detailed instructions after the evidence has been presented and the lawyers have made their closing arguments. During the trial, I may be called upon to rule on motions or objections to evidence. Nothing I say in making these rulings or at any time during the trial is evidence and should not be considered as an indication that I have any leaning in this case whatsoever. My only interest in this case is to see that it is fairly tried according to the laws and the Constitution of the state of Georgia and the Constitution of the United States. As expected, the lawyers serve as advocates for their clients and are duty-bound to represent their clients to the best of their ability. The lawyers also serve as officers of this court, and as such, they are bound to follow applicable laws, trial procedure, and rules of evidence during the trial. If at any time the lawyers believe that any law, procedure, or rule of evidence is being violated, they may make motions regarding the conduct of the trial or objections to the admission of the evidence. In making these motions or objections, the lawyers are simply seeking to fulfill their duties to their clients and to the court. Sometimes these motions or objections may require the court to consider outside your presence the questions raised, and you will be excused to the jury room. We'll try to minimize the number and length of these interruptions and ask for your patience in that regard. Ladies and gentlemen, trial procedure in a criminal trial is generally as follows. First, the attorneys for both sides have the opportunity to make what's called an opening statement. This opening statement is not evidence. Remember that what the lawyers say is not evidence, but is a preview or an outline of what they expect the evidence to be. Following the opening statements, the evidence will be presented. Evidence can be in the form of testimony given by witnesses or physical evidence that will be labeled with exhibit numbers for identification. After the presentation of all the evidence, the attorneys have the opportunity to make what's called the closing argument or summation. At that time, the attorneys may suggest which laws are applicable and how they should be considered in light of the evidence, and point out to you certain parts of the evidence that they think are favorable to their position. The goal of a closing argument is to persuade you to decide the case in their favor. Following the closing arguments, I'll charge you more specifically on the law that applies to this case. I'll then ask you to retire to the jury room to deliberate and reach a verdict. You, the jury, have a very important role. It is your duty to determine the facts of the case and to apply the law to those facts. I'll instruct you on the laws that apply to this case, but you must determine the facts from the evidence. Evidence, by definition, is the means by which any fact and issue is established or disproved. Evidence consists of two things, testimony and exhibits. Testimony is the testimony that you will hear under oath from those who take the witness stand. Exhibits are those documents, photographs, or other physical items of evidence that are admitted into evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, the object of the trial is to discover the truth. During the trial, the admission of evidence will be governed by certain rules of evidence. Those rules were established with one prominent purpose in mind, and that purpose is the discovery of truth. Consequently, the rules of evidence seek to assure that only the best and highest evidence is admitted for your consideration. During the trial, the attorneys have a right to object to the admission of evidence if they believe its admission would violate a rule of evidence. I will admit or exclude the evidence according to those rules. If I overrule an objection, this means you are allowed to consider the evidence being offered. On the other hand, if I sustain an objection, this means that you may not consider the evidence being offered. You should consider only that testimony and only those exhibits that are admitted. And you should draw no inferences and make no assumptions about the evidence objected to if the objection was sustained. In the event that you hear or see inadmissible evidence before an objection can be made and ruled upon, if the objection is sustained, I would instruct you to disregard it, and you should disregard that evidence entirely in your deliberations and in reaching your verdict. You, the jury, must determine the credibility and believability of the witnesses. It is for you to determine which witness or witnesses you will believe in which witness or witnesses you will not believe if there are some whom you do not believe. In determining the credibility or believability of witnesses, you may consider all of the facts and circumstances of the case, the manner in which the witnesses testify, their interest or lack of interest in the case, their means and opportunity for knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, and the occurrences about which they testify. You may also consider their personal credibility insofar as it may appear to you from the trial of the case. As the fact finder, it is for you alone to determine what testimony you will believe and what testimony you do not believe. Now, it's important that you pay close attention to the evidence as it is presented during the trial. If at any time you are unable to hear or see evidence being presented, or if you're suffering from any discomfort that diverts your attention, please feel free to inform me and we'll do whatever is necessary to assure that you're able to hear and see the evidence being presented and to give it your undivided attention. If you are in need of a recess at any time, please raise your hand and let us know. We'll take a break. It's vitally important that you're as comfortable as possible so that you can focus on the evidence as it's being presented. It's important that you view this evidence with an open mind at all times and reach no final conclusions until the trial is over. Do not jump to conclusions before all of the evidence is presented. Also remember that during the course of the trial, it would be improper for you to discuss this case with anyone or to allow anyone to discuss the case with you or in your presence or hearing. This applies even to discussions amongst yourself in the jury room or elsewhere before actual deliberations begin at the end of the trial. Now, the bailiffs have been asked to provide you with pencils and notepads for your use during trial. You may take notes, but you are not required to do so. If you decide to take notes, please remember that note-taking should not divert you from paying full attention to the evidence and evaluating witness credibility. Your observation of the witnesses during their testimony can be vital to your determination of the believability of their testimony. The notes that you take are for your use only and are not to be shared with anyone until you begin deliberations with your fellow jurors. Notes are not evidence, they are only memory aids and should not take precedence over your recollection. It's the duty of each juror to recall the evidence, and while you may consider another juror's notes to refresh your memory, you should rely on your own recollection of the proceedings. Do not be influenced by the notes of other jurors unless their notes help you in determining your own independent recollection. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than the recollection or impression of each juror as to what the evidence may have been. After the trial is over, the notes will be collected and destroyed. I instruct you, ladies and gentlemen, that you must decide this case for yourself solely on the testimony you hear from the witness stand and the exhibits that are admitted into evidence. So understand you are not to visit any scenes that may be depicted by the evidence. You're not to use the internet or the books for any reason to do any research for your deliberations. I've implored you during jury selection, I'm going to say it again, pretend like it's 1980 to the best that you can. Stay off the internet, stay off of social media. Do not discuss this case with anyone other than your fellow jurors during deliberations. Now, the last thing I want to say is go with the flow. And I say that so that you'll be less frustrated. There will be times during the trial where the attorneys want to talk about something outside of your presence, and sometimes that requires me sending you to the jury room. Sometimes we'll take a break, and I'll say it's a 10-minute break, and you're still sitting in the jury room 20 minutes later wondering what's going on. Something's come up that we need to discuss outside your presence. You may be at your lunch break, and I tell you it's going to be an hour, and it turns into an hour and 20 minutes. We're not wasting time. We're talking about things that we can't do in front of you. You may be on a recess, come into the courtroom, and something comes up, and I've got to send you right back out. I just tell you this to set an expectation. The trials are fluid, and I want you to just, to the best of your ability, go with the flow. Understand that things are going to come up that I have not heard before. I have not heard all the evidence in this case. I've heard very little of it. And sometimes I'm going to need to inquire with the lawyers just so I can speak freely with y'all outside the court. Okay? And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the attorneys for opening statements, starting with the state.
this is the exhibit I'm going to be showing. Thank you. Morning. Before we start, one thing needs to be abundantly clear. This is not a case about holding parents accountable for what their children do. That's not what this case is about. This case is about this defendant and his actions. His actions in allowing a child that he has custody over access to a firearm and ammunition after being warned that that child was going to harm others. This is a case about his actions and the horrific consequences of them. I'm going to take you now to September 4th, 2024. It was a Wednesday morning. It was just after the Labor Day holiday. A 14-year-old boy enters Apalachee High School here in Barrow County. It's a new school for him. In fact, he had been out of school completely the entire previous year. And while the school year was already a month old, this was only his 5th day attending school. As he walked through the crowded hallways, he carried his book bag in front of him. And hidden inside that book bag was a 6-hour M400 AR style rifle. This 14-year-old boy has an evil plan. He goes to his first period class, located here. It's a computer science class. He sits down at the table and he puts his book bag with the rifle next to him. At some point during the class, he gets up and approaches the teacher, and he asks her, "Y'all had any active shooter drills?" She says, "Yeah, actually, we had one last week. You were absent." He goes back and sits down. Teacher ponders on this a bit. It's an odd question to ask. She had known this boy very well. He's only been there 5 times. So she emails the school counselor, and she courtesy copies her direct supervisor, the vice principal, about the question the boy had asked. At the end of class, at 9:38, this boy picks up his book bag with the rifle in it, carries it in front of him out of the class, heading to his second period class. But that first period teacher stewed on it a little more, and between the class breaks, she decided, I'm going to go up to the office and find the vice principal and talk to her. But at this very moment, that 14-year-old boy is entering his second period class. It's 9:40 a.m. He takes a seat and he puts that book bag with the rifle in it next to him. 14 minutes later, at 9:54 a.m., that boy gets up, grabs his book bag, and he tells the teacher, I'm going to go to the counseling office, which is located down here. He leaves the class, but he doesn't go down to the counseling office. He goes down what's called J Hall, and he enters the boys' bathroom here. He goes into a stall, locks the stall, and he hides there for the next 26 minutes. Now, 4 minutes before he left second period, at 9:50 a.m., the boy's mother calls the school counselor, who's in this suite here. Now, the boy's mother doesn't live here in Winder. She's down in Fitzgerald, Georgia, which is in South Georgia. It's a 4.5-hour drive from here. But the boy that morning has sent some text messages that bother her. And he's now not answering his phone when they call or try and get a reply. She's worried about his emotional well-being. Now, the counselor had actually met this boy the week before. He had a panic attack at school, went to her office, and was too upset to go back to class. So the counselor and the mother talk on the phone for 8.5 minutes about this boy's emotional well-being. And at the very end of that call, at the end of the 8.5 minutes, for the first time, that mother mentions to the counselor that this boy has access to firearms. This sends a red flag up to the counselor. She immediately hangs up the phone and she calls the vice principal. This phone call was ended at 9:59 a.m. But remember, the boy had already left the classroom 5 minutes before that phone call ended. 5 minutes before the mother said anything about firearms. And he's hiding in this bathroom where no one knows where he is. 7 minutes after the call ends, at 10:06, the vice principal and the school resource officers arrive at a second period class. Now remember, this boy that the vice principal and the SROs are looking for has only been to that class 5 times. And there's another child in that class who has an almost identical name. And that boy has also left the classroom to actually go to the bathroom. He signed out to go to the bathroom. Second period teacher thinks that's who they're asking for and says he just went to the bathroom. Gives the vice principal that boy's backpack. And the vice principal and the school resource officers head down to the bathroom to find that boy. That boy's just up at the sinks. He comes out with them. They talk to him. They search his book bag. And they realize this isn't the right kid. He doesn't have computer science for first period. They go back to the class. They arrive there at 10:11, back to the second period class. The teacher then tells them, oh, that child has gone to the counseling office, located here, because that's where he said he was going. Vice principal, school resource officers go to the counselor's office. Of course, they haven't seen him. He never made it there. At this point, they decide they're going to go look on the security cameras, see if they can locate this boy. They go down this hall, and it's not on this map. You'll see a more full map later. So around this area is where the vice principal's office is that has access to the security cameras. So they're about right here. At 10:18, the vice principal emails the second period teacher. When did he leave your class? They're trying to locate when exactly he left because remember, this boy's only been there 5 days. They don't really know what he looks like. So they're trying to find him on the video surveillance equipment. So she emails at 10:18, when did you leave your class? 2 minutes later at 10:20, second period teacher responds, he left towards the beginning of class. That's 10:20 a.m. when that email was sent. 1 minute later, at 10:21 a.m., that boy exits the bathroom he's been hiding in. He's now wearing yellow work gloves. He's carrying that Sig Sauer M400 AR style rifle concealed with a poster board. And he walks back down J Hall towards his second period class. Now, when the vice principal had left that class to go look for him in the counselor's office, she shut the door behind her, and the door automatically locked. This boy is not going to be able to get into his second period class. But next door was another classroom, right here. It was taught by Cassandra Ryan and Stephen Edwards. And inside that class were the following students: Landon Adams, Christian Angulo, Jackson Beaver, Hayden Bowen, Jalene Brady, Michaela Brown, William Carricker, Marquez Coleman, Melanie Delira Castaneda, Natalie Griffith, Taylor Jones, Kendez Lawrence, Martin Moreno Galdamez, Tyler Moon, Ariana Norman, Brittany Rubio, Mason Skirmerhorn, Ronaldo Vega, and Nautica Walton. At 10:20, Mason Skirmerhorn, who's in that room, leaves to go to the bathroom. And the door does not shut behind him. Mason goes down this hallway. He actually passes the shooter in the hallway, and Mason goes into the bathroom. The shooter goes to his second period class. The door's locked. He knocks on the door. A student in that class gets up, goes to the door to open it for him, but sees through the glass at the last second him standing there with that rifle. She steps back from the door. At that exact moment, the teachers also reach the door because they've been looking for this boy, remember? And she sees through the glass him standing there outside their door with that 6-hour M400. She immediately presses a button on a lanyard that's around her neck that locks down the school. The boy then steps next door to the Ryan Edwards classroom, and he opens fire. He fires discriminately through the classroom. He hits the following victims. Melanie Delira Castaneda is seated here. This is the door he comes into. She's seated here. He strikes her in the left arm with a bullet. Natalie Griffith is seated here. Strikes her in the shoulder, the upper arm, and the forearm. Taylor Jones, seated here, struck through the leg. Christian Angulo, seated here by the door. He shoots him through the wrist, into the chest. He would not survive. Jackson Beaver, Ronaldo Vega, and Nautica Walton were also in that room. They were struck by shrapnel from the bullets ricocheting around the room. When he finishes shooting, the shooter then leaves. He runs down J Hall. He's looking for more victims. Christina Irmy is a teacher in this classroom. She hears the commotion. She steps out, looks down the hall. The shooter's about here. He shoots her through the neck before she can get back in the room. She would not survive. Richard Aspinwall is coming out of this room on I Hall. He hears the commotion. Joining him is David Phoenix coming out of this room. The two of them start coming down the hall here. They don't get very far because the shooter has now reached this point. He turns his gun down this hallway and sends a hail of bullets towards them. As they dive towards their room, David Phoenix is shot in the hip and in the foot. Richard Aspinwall is shot in the side and the upper chest. He would not survive. The shooter continues down the hallway. He gets to here, tries to get in this door. It won't open. He turns back and heads this way. At this point, Mason Skirmerhorn is still in that bathroom. He doesn't know what's happening. He comes out of the bathroom. He turns away from the shooter, doesn't even see him, heading back toward his second period class. The shooter takes aim from behind, shoots at him, but misses, hits the wall above and in front of Mason. This startles Mason, and he turns and runs the other way directly at the shooter. He's shot point blank range. He would not survive. Shooter's here. He then aims his gun down K Hall. And Zane Zinni is locked out of his classroom here. He's in the shooter's sights. Now, before the shooting started, two school resource officers, Donovan Boyd and Brandon King, were in the vestibule area, an atrium, I think they call it, in this area, right outside the vice principal's office. They're waiting for the vice principal to find this boy and go get him. They're waiting out there in the atrium, and they hear the gunshots coming from this side. And those two deputies ran towards the gunshots. They come down this hallway here, and they turn the corner, and they see the shooter here with his rifle aimed towards Zane Zinni. And they yell for him to drop the gun and get on the ground. And he complies before he gets a shot off at Zane Zinni. The officers rush down here, they secure him, and they secure that 6-hour M400 AR style rifle. And out of his pockets, they find 3 more magazines loaded. Now remember when the shooter had tried to enter his second period class and the teacher pushed that button? Well, that sent an alarm. It immediately notified law enforcement all over the county. Within minutes, an enormous police and medical response descended upon that school. It was a dramatic and intense scene as the school was cleared and the wounded evacuated. But to make matters worse, they were getting additional threats, fake threats, about other shooters at all the other schools in the county. Law enforcement now had to be diverted to these other schools to clear them, to make sure people were safe. Barrow County deputies Anthony Townsend and Brandon Bazinet were sent to clear Winder-Barrow High School here in Winder. Once they cleared it, then they went next door to Russell Middle School and cleared it. And just as they were finishing that up, they got a call from their superiors. I was trying to say superior and supervisor at the same time. Their superiors to go to a residence in Barrow County and secure it. They were just given an address. They don't know why they're going there. They are just told, go to this residence and secure it until other officers can arrive. Where they're going is the shooter's house. And when they get there, Colin Gray meets them in the garage. And without any prompting, because remember, they don't know why they're there. They don't know who this guy is. Without any prompting, he blurts out, "I knew it. My little girl just texted me. She's in middle school. She said we're in lockdown." I'm like, God Almighty, please tell me your brother didn't do something. Agents with the Georgia Bureau of Investigations arrived shortly thereafter, and they begin a search of the house. And inside that house, in that 14-year-old boy's bedroom, on the wall, they find this shrine, for a better word. Those pictures are all of the same person, Nicholas Cruz. Nicholas Cruz was the person that in 2018 went into Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, with an AR-style rifle. And there he killed 17 students and faculty and wounded another 17 more. Investigators look at this and they begin to wonder, who is this kid? His name is Colt Gray. He's the oldest son of Colin Gray. His mother is Marcy Gray. He has a younger sister named Jenny, who was 13 years old at the time of this incident. She was actually going to Heyman Morris Middle School, which is directly next door to Apalachee High School. He has a little brother, Colin, who was 8 years old, was going to his elementary school. Now, Colt Gray, raised here in Barrow County, he went to Statham Elementary School up until fourth grade, up till the beginning of fourth grade. And in the beginning of fourth grade, he was withdrawn from Statham Elementary School because the family had moved. They moved to Gainesville. And he goes to White Sulphur Elementary School, but only for a few months. Because again, the family moved again. Now they moved to Cumming. And he goes to Chattahoochee Elementary School. But again, only for a few months. In March of 2020, they moved to Fitzgerald in Ben Hill County, Georgia. It's South Georgia, kind of east of Tifton. Because there, Marcy's mother and father, Deborah Polhamus and Charlie Polhamus, live, and Deborah Polhamus's mother, Marcy's grandmother, Colt's great-grandmother, had passed away and left the house. So there's an available house for them to live in. So they moved down to Fitzgerald on March 4th of 2020. But if you remember that day, that's the week before COVID shut everything down. That was the end of Colt's 4th grade year. 5th grade. Now this is going to be the fall of 2020 into the spring of 2021. That's 5th grade year. Colt goes to Ben Hill Elementary School. But remember, this is when COVID is raging, and it's mostly virtual. He's mostly at home using the school computers. The next year, 6th grade, fall of 2021, he starts a new school, Ben Hill Middle School, because he's in 6th grade now. And early in that year, 11-year-old Colt, at home, using the school computer, searches the word abuse. A few hours later, he searches the phrase, how to kill your dad. That was on September 19th, 2021, 3 years before he took that rifle into Apalachee High School. School resource officers are sent to the house to check on him. Everything's fine. It was just a mistake. Misunderstanding. But a defects case is opened on the family. But the family leave Fitzgerald and move to Jackson County 6 weeks later in November of 2021. So in November, they come up here to Jackson County, Georgia. But they don't enroll the kids in school until February of 2022. Colt finishes out his 6th grade year at West Jackson Middle School. 7th grade, fall of 2020, 1 year after he searched How to Kill Your Dad, and 2 years before Apalachee, 12-year-old Colt starts Jefferson Middle School. It's his 7th school in 4 years. That Halloween, halfway through the semester, Marcy, his mother, gets drunk, passes out in the car in the driveway of the house. Jenny and little Coley are trick-or-treating, and they get separated. Coley gets lost. Authorities are called. Another defects case is opened on the family. Marcy and the 2 siblings, little Coley and Jenny, they move back down to Fitzgerald in November of 2022. But Colt stays up in Jackson County with the defendant. Defects caseworker Tamika Mitchum is monitoring Marcy and the 2 siblings down in Fitzgerald. And defects caseworker Michaela Anderson is monitoring Colt and the defendant up here in Jackson County. And starting in March of 2023, during his 7th grade year, Michaela Anderson visits his residence monthly. Every month, she shows up to check on Colt, see how he's doing, check on his well-being. And the defendant always says the same thing. Colt's doing well in school. He doesn't need any counseling. But that's not really true. Colt is full of intense anger, and he's having a hard time dealing with it. On Sunday, May 21st, 2023, this is the end of Colt's 7th grade year at Jefferson Middle School. In fact, classes had ended that Friday, and this is that Sunday. And on that Sunday, the Jackson County Sheriff's Office gets a tip from the FBI. There's an app that you can get on your computer called Discord. And this app is popular with video game enthusiasts, but it allows people from all over the world to talk to each other on the computer. And users in a chat room on this app, a true crime chat room, report to the FBI that another user is threatening to shoot up an elementary school. This user is threatening to do this. It says they have access to guns. It says they plan to do it within the next 2 years. The FBI passes this tip on to Jackson County because when you look at the IP address of that user, it comes back to a Colin Gray and an address in Jackson County. Deputy Justin Elliott and investigator Dan Miller go to that address. Now, the current resident of that address has 2 daughters, and they don't use Discord. But they're new to that address, and they keep getting the mail of the previous tenant, Colin Gray. Deputy Elliott and investigator Miller then go to his new address. They speak with the defendant at his house, and they tell him about this threat on Discord. And they ask him, does Colt have access to guns? Which he does. But the defendant says that he and Colt, they take this school shooting stuff very seriously. And Colt denies to these officers that it was him on Discord. He says his Discord account got hacked. The defendant makes no mention to these officers that less than 2 years before, Ben Hill officers had also been to his house when Colt searched how to kill your dad, also on a computer. But before they left, investigator Miller asked the defendant to please restrict Colt's access to guns. Less than 3 weeks later, when DFACS agent Michaela Anderson goes back out to the house like she's been doing monthly to meet with the defendant, and again, she asks, how's Colt doing? He makes no mention to her of this visit from the sheriff's office. 2 weeks after that, on June 23rd, the defendant signs a lease to move out of Jackson County into Winder. But he doesn't tell Michaela Anderson he was planning on doing that, and he never tells DFACS that he did do that. She just keeps going to an empty house. 2 months later, in August, it's time for another school year. Colt's not at Jefferson Middle School anymore. 13-year-old Colt is enrolled at Heyman Morris Middle School. This is the middle school in Winder that's directly next door to Apalachee High School. This is supposed to be his 8th grade year. But he's withdrawn from that school 3 days later. He never attends it. Instead, Colt goes back down to Fitzgerald to live with his mother, Marcy. And while he's in Fitzgerald, Colt is still filled with anger. He's still having trouble dealing with it. He's becoming violent. He breaks windows. He cuts up things with a knife. He even starts cutting on himself with that knife. These are the scars from after he was arrested after the shooting a year later. Colt's grandfather, Charlie Polhamus, is at his wit's end. He actually calls the police on Colt. And at the beginning of October 2023, just a few weeks after being in Fitzgerald, Colt comes back up here to Winder to live with the defendant. But he does not attend school. 2 weeks later, on October 13th, down in Fitzgerald, Marcy, who you remember is still being checked on by DFACS, tests positive for drugs. She's going to lose the kids. DFACS worker Tamika Mitchum, who's been monitoring Marcy, calls the defendant, tells him to come down to Fitzgerald to pick up the other 2 kids, Jenny and Coley, and bring them back up. He now has sole custody of the 3 kids. Marcy's to have no unsupervised contact. But Tamika Mitchum also stresses to the defendant to get the kids in school and counseling as soon as possible. He does neither of these things. 3 weeks after the kids are brought up here, on November 6th, 2023, back down in Fitzgerald, Marcy basically goes crazy. She wants to come up to Winder. She wants her mother, Deborah Polhamus, to bring her to Winder. And Deborah Polhamus says, you ain't going to Winder. So Marcy duct tapes her mother to the chair, steals her car, drives up to Winder, goes to the defendant's house, keys his truck, and gets arrested. She spends some time in the Barrow County Jail before she's transferred to the Ben Hill County Jail for the charges down there. And while she's down there, she's released on bond to an inpatient drug treatment facility in South Georgia. She has no supervision during this time over Colt. Now, back up here in Barrow County, it's been a chaotic few months for Colt. But that Christmas, after the cuttings and the things with the Jackson County and the moms going crazy, testing positive drugs, that Christmas, the defendant, 7 months after he was told by Jackson County Sheriff's Office of possible school shooter threats and being asked to restrict Colt's access to guns, the defendant buys and gives 13-year-old Colt that Sig Sauer M400 as his Christmas present. And he allows Colt to keep this rifle propped up in Colt's room. Now, in February of 2024, 2 months after this Christmas, in February, Colt's siblings, Jenny and Coley, are finally enrolled in school. They've already missed 4 months of school, but they're finally enrolled. Colt does not attend. He misses the entirety of his 8th grade year. But during that spring, when Colt's not in school, the defendant continues to buy accessories for his Christmas present rifle. He buys a sight-marked ultra-shot sight to go on the rifle. He buys a bungee sling to go for the rifle. He buys an accessory rail set. He buys a 45-degree offset iron sights. And he buys a lot of ammunition. That summer, 2024, Colt is now 14. It's just a few months before he takes his Christmas present rifle into Apalachee High School. July 6th of that summer, Marcy gets out of rehab in Fitzgerald, and the defendant picks her up and brings her back up to Winder. It's her first contact with Colt in 9 months. Now, Colt, who had always been quick to violence and suffered from severe anxiety, begins to spiral out of control. He's fighting with his father. He's throwing things at people. He's putting holes in his sister Jenny's door. But the rifle stays in his room. On July 20th, Colt has a panic attack at the house. He comes in the living room and he actually asks his parents to call 911 for him. But they don't call anyone. His mental health becomes so bad that the defendant and Marcy together begin giving Colt Marcy's prescription for Zoloft. They're just giving it to him themselves. They worry he's suffering from depression, but they don't take him to see a doctor. It's around this time that Colt puts those pictures of Nicholas Cruz, the Parkland shooter, up in his room. And the rifle stays in his room. August 14th, 2024, 3 weeks before the shooting. It's Colt's first day of Apalachee. School had started 2 weeks earlier, but this was Colt's first day. He missed the first 2 weeks. He had not been inside of school for 15 months. Not since the sheriff's office came to his door about the threats to shoot up a school. And that morning, Colt again is spiraling out of control. He sends a text message to the defendant at 6:49 a.m. He writes, "I'm sick of your shit. This is the fucking end for you. You fucking caused this." 2 minutes later, at 6:51 a.m., he sends this text message to the defendant. "Whenever something happens, just know the blood is on your hands." His first day of school. And the rifle stays in his room. The very next day, August 15th, Colt skips school. He gets into a fight with his mother, Marcy, when she goes into his room to try and get the rifle away from him. With rifle in hand, he shoves his mother to the ground and she hits her head on the wall. She then asked the defendant to please take Colt's rifle and lock it up. He never does. Marcy then has had enough. She goes back to Fitzgerald, once again leaving Colt into the care of the defendant. And the rifle stays in his room. The next day, after this altercation with his mother, Colt asked the defendant to get him 150 rounds of ammunition. The defendant responds to him, well, he needs to pay for everything first, but he will. He will. Now, Marcy's down in Fitzgerald, the defendant's up here, but they're still communicating with each other by phone and text. And they begin to worry that Colt needs to be institutionalized. He needs to go to an inpatient facility. He's so bad. They search for places and resources, but the defendant never follows through. He never takes Colt to see any professional, and the rifle stays in his room. August 26th, 9 days before the shooting, Colt has another panic attack, this time at school. It's one I referred to earlier in the opening. It's only his 4th day he attended school. Remember, he missed the first 2 weeks of school, and he skipped school 5 of the next 8 days. Colt leaves his second period class that day. He goes to the counselor's office. He's too distressed to go back to class. They call his father, but his father can't come to get Colt. Colt ends up spending the entire school day in the counselor's office. That night, on the phone, Colt asked his grandmother, Deborah Polhamus, if he did something terrible, would she still love him? This bothered her so much, Deborah Polhamus, that the next morning she drives up to Winder from Fitzgerald. And on the way, she calls Advantage Behavioral Health Systems. It's a crisis stabilization inpatient place in Athens, Georgia. She talks to them on the phone, and they tell her he must be brought in by a parent. Marcy's in Fitzgerald. The defendant is here. They tell her that Saturday is a great day to come in because most people don't realize they're actually open on Saturdays, and you can just walk right in. But he needs to be brought by a parent. Deborah asked the defendant to take Colt on that Saturday, which would have been August 31st. He doesn't. Wednesday, August the 28th, Colt skips school. This is 2 days after that panic attack, the day after Deborah Polhamus is called crisis advantage behavioral. Colt tells the defendant that he hears voices telling him what to do. This is 3 days before the defendant is supposed to take Colt to advantage behavioral. And 1 week before the shooting. At 7:44 a.m. that morning, Colt texts the defendant, "I have to kind of dance around the inconvenient truth at times. I have no control over what these things say and tell me to do." And the rifle stays in his room. Colt skipped school again the next day, which is a Thursday. That Friday and Monday, school is closed for the Labor Day holiday. And that Tuesday, September 3rd, Colt skips school again. That brings us back around to that Wednesday morning, September 4th, 2024. Those pictures of Nicholas Cruz are still on his wall, and that rifle is still in his room. The defendant leaves to take little Coley to school. Jenny leaves on her bus for Heyman Morris Middle School, which again is directly next door to Apalachee High School. Colt gets his rifle, gets extra magazines, puts them in his book bag. He wraps a poster board around the part of the rifle that sticks out of the bag, and he takes a hat with a Fender guitar logo on it, a stocking hat, and puts it over the top so you can't see it. And then he heads out to meet the bus. A few hours later, just like he'd been warning he was going to do, Colt murders 4 people. Now, after the shooting, which I will remind you happened at 10:22 a.m. So after that, at 11:01 a.m., Jenny, the daughter, texts her father, "3 people are dead at the high school." The defendant texts back a minute later, "How do you know? How do you know?" She responds, "People are saying, and there was an email. Please, I'm scared." She then texts the defendant, "I can't call you. I'm in a lockdown." At 12:19, the defendant texts Jenny, "Jenny, have you talked to your brother?" Jenny replies, "No. But I think we're thinking the same thing, and I don't want to talk about it over text." 1 minute later, the defendant replies, "Yep, 10-4. I'll be here in just a few. Let me know when you get back in the building and when I can come get you." A few minutes later, the defendant arrives at his home, not Jenny's school, not Apalachee. He goes home and he runs straight to Colt's room. He has to confirm what he already knows. He goes straight to Colt's room to see if that gun is missing. And it is. Moments later, Anthony Townsend and Brandon Bazinet arrive at his house, and he utters those words, "I knew it." Now, ladies and gentlemen, the charges in this case, it's the same acts that he did. The charges are divided up between whether or not the victim of those acts was a child or an adult. If they're a child, the charges that stem from their victimization would be cruelty to children, because you have to be under 18 for cruelty to children to apply. But through his negligence of allowing Colt to have this gun, knowing what Colt was going to do, he caused cruel and excessive physical pain to the children. That's cruelty to children in the second degree. If that cruelty to children in the second degree results in death, like with Mason Skirmerhorn and Christian Angulo, that is murder in the second degree. So the cruelty and the murder in the second go together. They apply to the children. 2 adult deceased, Christina Irmy and Richard Aspinwall. They're above the age of 18. The defendant is charged with reckless conduct, same act, recklessly allowing his child, and he knew this was going to happen, to harm someone else. And because they died during the commission of reckless conduct, that is involuntary manslaughter. So for the adults, it's involuntary manslaughter based on reckless conduct. All the other children who were either struck by a bullet or in that Ryan Edwards classroom when the bullet started flying, they're the victims of charges for cruelty to children in the second degree, either by the physical pain it caused or the emotional anguish it caused. And the adults that were injured or put in harm's way, David Phoenix, Stephen Edwards, and Cassandra Ryan, those three adults, they're the victims of the reckless conduct. Now, at the end of the case, we'll come back before you and ask you to render a verdict of guilty. Thank you.
Mr. Hobbs.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we talk about evidence, before we talk about the law, we have to begin with what every person in this courtroom already knows. What happened at Apalachee High School was tragic. It was horrific, it was terrifying, and it was heartbreaking. Nothing said in this courtroom can change that. Nothing that I'm going to say is meant to diminish that. You're going to hear emotional testimony. You'll see photographs. You'll see videos. You'll hear about the fear, the chaos, and the terror that Colt Gray inflicted on that school in this community. But your job is not to decide whether or not that was tragic. We all know that it was. Your job is to decide something much more specific. Your job is to decide whether or not Colin Gray knew what Colt was going to do. Because the state is not just prosecuting the shooter in this case, they're prosecuting the father as well. I want you to remember something as we begin. The courtroom is not a place where we punish people because we're angry, where we punish people because we're grieving. It's not a place where we punish people because we feel someone has to pay. This is a place where we follow the law. And the law requires proof, and the law requires evidence. And the law requires that the state prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. That burden never shifts, not for a single moment. The state's theory will be simple. They'll tell you that Colt Gray allowed his son access to firearms and ammunition. Colin Gray had warning signs, and then Colin Gray, knowing that these were warning signs, consciously disregarded those warning signs. That he should have known his son would, not could, that his son would harm someone. And because the son later committed this school shooting, therefore Colin Gray must be guilty, must be criminally negligent, because he knew this would happen. That's their theory. But what you'll learn from the evidence is that case is not that simple. The evidence will show a teenager who is struggling mentally, a teenager who is deceptive, a teenager who hid his true intentions from everyone, from his family, from his counselor, from his siblings, from DFACS, from law enforcement, and most especially from his father. The evidence will show a father who did not ignore his child. He did not abandon his child. He did not turn his back on his child. The evidence will show between Colin Gray and Colt Gray daily contact, daily effort, and active steps by Colin Gray to seek mental health intervention for his son through the school. The evidence will show that the most important facts, the planning of this shooting, the concealment of this shooting, and the timeline of this shooting were hidden by Colt Gray from his father. That's the difference between tragedy and criminal liability. And this case is about whether the state can prove criminal liability by showing that Colin Gray knew that Colt was going to do this, knew that Colt was going to harm someone else. You cannot hold someone criminally responsible for failing to predict what was intentionally hidden from them. You'll learn about Colt Gray's state of mind that at the time no one knew. You will learn that months before the shooting, Colt had notes hidden on his cell phone from April of 2024, private notes that appear to be the planning stages of this shooting. Those notes were not known to Colin Gray. Those notes were not shared with Colin Gray. There is no evidence of that. You will learn something else. The plans reflected in those notes show that the shooting was initially planned for February of 2025 to coincide with the anniversary of the Parkland High School shooting committed by Nicholas Cruz. The plan reflected in those notes was that time was going to be when the shooting happened, not in September of 2024. Something changed. The evidence will suggest and support that Colt accelerated his plan. And there's evidence suggesting that that acceleration was tied to the fact that Colin Gray was actively seeking mental health treatment for his son through the school at that time. There are emails to the counselor. There was paperwork he filled out. There was already in motion, already in place, an appointment for Colt to meet with the counselor and to meet with the mental health specialist the very next day, September 5th. Colin Gray did not know about the plans. Colin Gray did not know that Colt was planning to do this and that he would, in fact, go harm someone else. The behavior that Colt exhibits, the behavior that you'll find from his notes in his cell phone, from his text messages, show that he was actively keeping this information from others, from law enforcement, from DFACs, from counselors, from professionals who know to look for these signs, and most especially from his dad. The state will point, and they've already mentioned to you, an incident in May of 2023 when two Jackson County sheriffs went to Mr. Gray's home to talk to Colt. Fortunately, this interaction is on body-worn camera video, so you'll get to see the whole episode. You will see that Colin Gray is cooperative. You'll see that he brings his son out. He tells the officers that he takes this kind of thing seriously. He tells the officers, you tell me that he did it and those guns are gone today. That is on video. That is undeniable. But the officers don't tell him that. The officers say that they're not sure that it was him that made the threat. He tells the officers that he has a gun in the home. He says that he has a son who is somewhat isolated, who's on the computer a lot. He says that when he was young, he used to enjoy hunting with his father, that they would go deer hunting. And so he was introducing Colt to deer hunting, that they had gone out a year before. Colt had killed his first deer, that the gun that they had was for deer hunting. The gun was to get him outside, which the officer in the video approves of. Get him away from the computers. That's good. But Colin tells the officers, if you think this is him, tell me, because those guns are gone today. And that is not what he's told. It shows that Colin, had he known, would have removed those guns, but he didn't. Let's talk about what Colin actually did, because this case is being framed as if Colin Gray didn't do anything. The evidence will show the opposite. You will hear that when the family transitioned schools, it was Colin Gray who registered Colt. You will hear that Colin Gray worked full-time, was raising 3 kids on his own due to the kids' mother's addiction problems, due to DFAC saying that she was not allowed to have unsupervised contact with him, due to the courts in Barrow County saying she was not even allowed in the same county where these kids lived. Colin was doing everything. Colin is the one that filled out the counseling referral forms. Colin is the one that communicated with the school counselor. Colin's the one who discussed the evaluation. Colin was the one who was coordinating mental health services through the school. Colin is the one that filled out the paperwork to get the assessment done on September the 5th. You'll hear that the school had arranged, and it had already been taken care of, that Colin had completed everything he needed to for the assessment. You're going to hear from the grandmother who says that they wanted to take him to Advantage Behavioral in Athens, that it was urgent. This comes out after the shooting. The grandmother will also tell you she had absolutely no idea that Colt had any interest in Nicholas Cruz or school shootings in general until after the shooting happened and they were making the 4.5-hour trip from Fitzgerald, her and her daughter Marcy, at which point Marcy said, well, Colt does like this school shooter named Nicholas Cruz. That's the first time that you hear Debbie learns any of that. You're going to see text messages from Debbie in August and September of 2024 when she says that they were so strongly trying to get him into a facility. What you're not going to see in those text messages is any urgency on Debbie's part. You're not going to see anything from Debbie saying, get the guns out of the house. You're not going to say anything from Debbie saying, I'm worried about Colt. We need to get him there today. Nothing. They don't talk about it at all. Debbie doesn't mention it one bit. Now, she mentions it in hindsight after the fact, and Marcy does the same thing. Who is Colin Gray? He's a working father raising 3 kids by himself. He had responsibilities. He had a job. He had a family to keep afloat. He had 2 other kids besides Colt. He was involved. You'll see his text messages to his children. You'll see his text messages to Colt. This is not a parent who's turning his back on what's going on right in front of him. Let's talk about what you're not going to hear. Because sometimes what you don't hear in a case like this is just important as what you do. Sometimes the absence of evidence tells you more than the evidence itself. You will not hear a text message where Colt says to his dad, I'm going to shoot a school. I'm bringing a gun tomorrow. I have a plan. I'm going to hurt someone. You won't see a single message like that. You will not hear that Colt ever told his father about the notes on his iPhone. You will not hear that Colt ever showed his father a plan. You will not hear that Colt told his father he was accelerating the plan. You will not hear that anyone called Colin Gray and said, your son is about to commit a shooting. You will not hear that law enforcement told him your son made a credible threat. You will not hear a school official warned him his mental health treatment is imminent. He needs to see someone today. You will not hear anyone from DFACS told him we have serious concerns that he's violent, that he's going to hurt someone else. You will not hear anyone say that they contacted the police on September 3rd and said there's a school shooting about to happen. You will not hear that Colin Gray encouraged violence. You will not hear that he glorified violence. You will not hear that he dismissed a specific credible threat. In fact, you'll hear something entirely different. You'll hear that Colt suffered from anxiety. You'll hear that Colt suffered from depression. You'll hear about his panic attacks. You'll hear that he didn't like going to school. These are serious issues, but these are not the same as homicidal ideations. These are not the same as suicidal ideations. These are not the same thing as proof of a probable school shooting. The state will ask you to connect dots after the fact using hindsight, dots that became visible only after the shooting itself. But what you will not hear is evidence that at the time, Colin had sufficient warning that this outcome was probable, not imaginable, not possible, but probable. That Colin knew that his son would harm someone else. You'll hear testimony from Colt Gray's counselor. And that's important because it gives you a professional's perspective on what was going on with Colt in the weeks leading up to the shooting. You will hear that Colt presented as a student suffering from anxiety, and emotional instability, panic symptoms, an inability to function in class. And you'll hear something very important. You will hear that even the school counselor, a professional trained, did not perceive Colt as a threat. She described him as nice, respectful. That matters, because if a trained counselor did not perceive the imminent violence, then it's unreasonable to claim that the father should have seen it himself. You'll also hear testimony from her about how the father did in fact take steps to get him mental health treatment. The father was in communication with the counselor. The father submitted the paperwork. The father completed the referral, and the father was pursuing intervention. You'll hear the therapist was essentially scheduled to meet with Colt the very next day. The father was not ignoring the problem. Colin Gray was acting. They want you to hold him responsible because they don't think he was acting fast enough. You'll hear from his daughter, Colt's sister, Jenny Gray. Her testimony will corroborate the concealment that Colt was perpetrating on his family, on his dad. She'll testify that Colt was secretive, that he was constantly deleting and opening new accounts on Discord to avoid detection, that he was using usernames that were combinations of alphanumeric combinations. You'll find that he would not discuss, based on the statement that Jenny gave on September 4th of 2024, that he would not discuss school shootings or school shooters in front of his father. You will hear on the morning of the shooting, Colin Gray had already left home. You will hear that Colt, when he did discuss school shooters with Jenny, made her promise not to tell his dad. You'll hear that that morning on September the 4th, Colin Gray got up and took his youngest son, Coley Jr., to school, that he left before Jenny and Colt did to catch the bus. You will hear that Colt had to go and find the gun because it wasn't in his room, that he had to find the ammunition that wasn't in his room, and that he had to put them in his backpack, and that he had to conceal the rifle that stuck out of his backpack 18 to 24 inches with a poster board. And he put a hat on top of it. It proves concealment, it proves independent action, and that matters because it's consistent with what Colt had done the whole time, which was conceal this plan from his father. Remember, the state says that he knew. They said that he knew this was going to happen. That he knew, not that it was possible, that he knew Colt was going to go and harm someone else. But you can't consciously disregard a risk that you're not aware of. And you can't say something is probable when it's being hidden from you. You're going to see text message. They've already discussed some of the messages. We're going to discuss some of the other ones. We're going to talk about why they matter. There are hundreds of text messages between Colin Gray and his son. These texts matter because they show the reality in real time of what was happening and what Colin would have thought and what Colin would have known at that time. Not now, but at that time. They also show what Colt chose not to disclose. You'll see a father checking on his son on a daily basis, checking on school attendance. Did you make it to school? How's your day going? How was your day? What are you doing after class? You'll see encouragement. I'm proud of you. I love you. You're a good young man. This is not an absent father. This is not a father not paying attention to his child. You'll see daily involvement. You'll see a father trying to keep a teenager engaged and connected to school. You'll see a father trying to build the confidence and self-esteem of his son. You will see this all in the text messages. You'll see their discussions about mental health, about depression, which is not homicidal ideation, about anxiety, which is not homicidal ideation, about anxiety, panic attacks, which are not homicidal ideation. You'll see a father trying to stabilize a situation at home. You will not see threats to harm other folks. You will not see threats to harm other people. You will not see, I'm going to shoot up the school. I'm bringing a gun. I have a plan. I'm going to harm someone. There needs to be proof that Colin Gray knew what Colt was going to do and knew that Colt was going to harm someone. The text messages show something else as well. They show that Colt was capable of living a double life. He could text his father, love you, and have a good day, while simultaneously writing plans on his phone about shooting up the school. He could talk about liking school. School was good. The kids here are mature, referring to the Apalachee High School. They gave me a nickname. The teacher said I'm the tech guy. And you'll see Colin respond happily that his son seems to be finding his way for the first time in a while in school. He could talk, Colt, about school being good, about having a good day, and what they're going to have for dinner, while also planning on how to sneak a rifle into the school. That's not something a father can foresee. He asked about ammunition. You'll hear evidence that they went to the gun range. You'll hear evidence that he taught his son safety. You will not hear evidence that Colt requested ammunition because he was getting ready to do a school shooting. That conversation is not a threat. There's no mention of harming anyone else. There's no talk of a timeline. The state's going to ask you to interpret these ordinary messages with extraordinary hindsight. But the law does not allow hindsight convictions. You're tasked with determining what Colin Gray knew in the months leading up to the shooting. It requires proof of what he specifically knew at that time. You'll hear from the mother, Marcy Gray. She'll try to convince you that she warned everyone and no one listened. The evidence will show that she did not share the most important information she knew about Colt with Colin. You've already heard the relationship was not smooth. You heard that DFACS took the kids from her. You'll hear that they were separated. You'll hear that the kids had to come up here for the DFACS order. You'll hear that she drove up here after telling her mother she was going to murder Colin. Came up here, keyed his cars, got arrested, and then was told by the judge, you can't come back to Barrow County. You'll see evidence in text messages between Colt and his mom. You will see in these text messages, Colt telling his mom prior to the shooting that he had created a Securus online profile that he was using by making up a fake age to try and get in contact with Nicholas Cruz in prison down in Florida. He will text her that he had emailed Nicholas Cruz a couple times, and he'd even put money on his commissary. Marcy's response is to ask him where he got the money. And he tells Marcy in a text message, I told Dad it was to buy a video game on Steam. To which Marcy responds with a laughing out loud emoji. Marcy knew that he had this interest in Nicholas Cruz, but she did not share it with Colin. Immediately after this conversation, you will not see a text message from Marcy to Colin say, hey, did you know he's been emailing a mass murderer in Florida? Did you know that he put money on this mass murderer's commissary account that he told you was for a video game? She doesn't share any of that with Colin. She keeps that to herself. She does not reply immediately after to Colin or tell him, hey, this is what's going on. We got to get the guns out of the house now. No, she responds with a laughing out loud emoji. That's how serious she took it. She didn't think anything was going to happen. Remember, the evidence will show that even she, with the information that he did not have, did not believe there was an imminent threat and did not believe that Colt would harm anyone else. She didn't call law enforcement. She didn't seek an emergency mental health evaluation. And you'll hear evidence that after the shooting, her conduct is inconsistent with what she tells the police. You'll hear evidence that even after the fact, she's still trying to assist him in contacting school shooters and amplifying his profile across true crime community websites. And that matters because credibility matters and bias matters. You will see that the state is asking you to convict Colin largely based on a hindsight narrative provided by witnesses who were not credible, that did not recognize the warning signs in real time. You will hear from the victims in this case. Their testimony will be emotional. And it's important to understand what happened inside that school. But respectfully, their testimony will not establish what Colin Gray knew and didn't know. They can't tell you what was said in the home. They can't tell you what was concealed. They can't tell you what was sent in text messages. And they can't tell you what warnings were communicated to Colin Gray. We're not going to dispute the horror of what happened. We're not going to dispute that they were harmed, that they were physically harmed and mentally harmed. But that's not proof that he was negligent. That is not proof that he knew what was in Colt's heart, that he knew what Colt was planning, and that he knew that Colt was going to harm someone else. The law doesn't punish what is possible. The law does not punish what is conceivable. He is charged with knowing what would happen. He is charged with knowing his son would harm someone else. In life, almost anything is possible. It's possible that a teenager who's angry might get into a fight. It's possible that a teenager who's depressed might run away or make up excuses not to go to school. It's possible that a teenager who's anxious might break something or act out. But this is not a case about whether something bad is possible. This is a case about whether or not Colin Gray knew Colt was going to take a gun to that school and harm other people. That matters because if the standard becomes it could have happened, then the law becomes limitless. If the standard becomes you should have imagined the worst, then every parent becomes criminally liable for what a teenager might do. But that's not the standard. The standard is proof. Proof that Colin Gray knew, that he consciously disregarded, not a vague fear, not a general worry, but a risk that made this tragedy. That he knew Colt was going to go to that school. That he knew what the counselor didn't, what the DFACS professionals who had met with Colt didn't. The state will ask you to look at the outcome and then work backward to say, because this happened, it must have been foreseeable. But the law doesn't allow hindsight to substitute for evidence. That's why you're going to hear about what was actually known at that time, and most importantly, what was actually hidden from Colin Gray at that time. Because when someone conceals a plan, deceives the people around them, acts independently, the law does not allow us to pretend that the people left behind should have seen through all of it. They're going to say that common sense means you should have seen this coming. And guns are serious, and this tragedy is serious. But the law is serious too. This case is not about whether or not firearms are dangerous in the abstract. It's about whether Colin Gray, based upon what he actually knew, failed to act because he knew that his son was going to go to that school and commit these acts. In a case like this, there's a natural human instinct. When something this awful happens, we want an explanation. We want someone to blame. We want a story that makes sense so that we can take steps to make sure something like this never happens again. It's very easy and it's very human to look at the end result and believe that someone somewhere must have known. But the evidence in this case is going to show something that's deeply uncomfortable. Sometimes the truth is that the person who committed the act was hiding it. Sometimes the truth is that a family can be struggling, a child can be spiraling, and people can try to get that child mental health help. And still, something unthinkable can happen. It's not satisfying and it doesn't give anyone peace. But the criminal courtroom is not here to provide a scapegoat. It's here to provide justice. Being a juror, providing justice, that requires discipline. It requires that we do not convict someone because we're horrified. It requires that we do not convict someone because we wish they would have seen it coming. It requires that we do not convict someone because we feel like there must be some accountability somewhere. The state has chosen to put the father on trial for what the son did. And at the end of this case, you'll be asked to decide whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Colin Gray knew his son would go to that school and commit these violent acts. And at the end of this trial, you will find the state cannot prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. And we will ask you to return the only verdict that the evidence can support, which is not guilty on all counts for Colin Gray. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, before the first witness is called, I'm going to go ahead and take a 10 to 15 minute restroom break. Just recall the prior instructions, do not to discuss the case, save that for deliberations. All right, we'll be in recess for 10 to 15 minutes. We'll be in recess.
Oh, yes.
You're watching at Southern Sin, your new home for true crime. Smash that like button now. We'll be right back. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin.
quickly. I think it's on.
It says please wait.
Oh, it's on your team.
Are you able to turn up your sound a little bit? Not drastically.
Yvonne, you have that? Is that where you want it?
That works, Your Honor.
Okay. You all ready for the jury?
Your Honor, we do have one thing to take outside the presence jury. Mr. Hobbs in his opening made several references to things Colt was going to say. We would object any hearsay.
Go ahead, Chief Hobbs.
No, that's my understanding of the law. We won't bring any hearsay from Colt. There are some text messages we think can be authenticated that we will be asking to get into, but we'll do that when it comes up.
All right. Otherwise ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, bring the jury in.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna black out the TV until you tell me.
Okay.
All right, now was my back problem guy gonna, okay, there you go.
I'm good on the end.
You don't wanna sit down there? Don't be seated in the audience. All right, state call, first witness.
The state calls Lieutenant Barry Chandler. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can have a seat. Will you go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Barry Chandler.
And what do you do?
I'm a lieutenant with the Barry County Sheriff's Office.
And what role do you currently have with the Barry County Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I'm assigned as the supervisor over the training unit.
Were you in that same role in September of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to becoming lieutenant over training, can you just briefly describe what roles you've had at the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am. So I started my career in the jail in 2003. I was a court services deputy, patrol deputy, answering calls for service and things like that. I was a school resource officer for about 6 years. And then prior to being promoted to lieutenant, I was an investigator for 7 years. I worked 6 years in crimes against persons.
So in your capacity as a school resource officer, did you become familiar with the various schools in Barrow County?
Yes, ma'am.
And what different high schools are there in Barrow County?
We have Winder Barrow High School, Apalachee High School, and the Barrow Arts and Science Academy, BASA.
And where is Apalachee High School located?
Off of Heyman Morris Road.
And obviously, is that in Bear County?
Yes, ma'am, in Bear County.
And approximately how many students go to Apalachee High School?
Around 2,000.
In your capacity as the lieutenant over training, did you coordinate any trainings related to active shooters in 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
And when and where did you do that?
We did several in 2024. We started off at Old County Line Elementary School. We worked at CFIT, which is the Center for Innovative Teaching. And it all sort of culminated at Russell Middle School on March 14th of 2024.
And can you tell us about the training that you did on March 14th at Russell Middle School?
Yes, ma'am. So generally, active shooter training is designed for us to teach our deputies and law enforcement to rapidly enter a structure, to immediately find the person that is shooting and then stop them from shooting. So the training that we did prior to the March 14th drill at Russell was very focused on that. We also included implementing what are called rescue task forces. So rescue task forces are members from fire and EMS who can get into the school quickly. And with security provided by law enforcement, they can start rendering aid to victims. So that was our big push. And the March 14th drill specifically was designed to do it was what we refer to as a full scale exercise. Meaning we had many representatives from almost every public safety agency in the county. The sheriff's office participated, the Winder Police Department, Barrow County Fire and EMS, Winder Fire Department, the school systems, our 911 center, GEMA had a representative, the Georgia Emergency Management Agency. So we had a lot of folks that came together because our goal with the full scale exercise was to make something as realistic as we could, to give our deputies the ability to respond to the most real life environment they could. The school system was great. They included, they had teachers that were there that volunteered. The administrators were there. We used cadets, explorers from the sheriff's office and the fire department as role players. But we tried to make it real, essentially, was what we tried to do.
And what was the purpose of having a training that included fire and EMS as well as law enforcement?
The purpose ended up being sort of our motto over the course of that training and honestly since. And the purpose was to stop the killing and stop the dying. That's the two goals that we have when we respond to active shooters. Stop the killing, meaning stop the shooter from actively killing people, and then stop the dying. We have to render aid and help people that have been injured.
Now I'm going to draw your attention to September 4th of 2024. What were you doing that day?
That morning, I was at our gun range. I was helping an independent film crew set up some things out there.
As part of your role as lieutenant over training, are you also in charge of the gun range?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. While you were at the gun range, did you receive any notification that there was an emergency at Apalachee High School?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And how did you receive that notification?
Through the Centegix alert system. It's an app that's on our cell phones.
When was Centegix implemented?
So it was implemented in early 2024. The school system had it implemented in the schools, in the buildings, because it's software, but it also, there are connections that had to be made inside the building to give like alerts, red flashing lights, connections to the intercoms, things like that. So the school system had Centegix in April. Centegix was connected to our 911 center over the summer, and then by August, we at the sheriff's office all had access to the app.
Can you just kind of describe for the jury how that system works?
Sure. So Centegix, again, it's a system that essentially initiates and alerts law enforcement and fire and EMS as well of any emergency at a school. So, for example, when the Centegix button is pressed, it puts the school in the hard lockdown. So exterior doors are locked. That lets the teachers know that they need to get into their classrooms, make sure the doors are locked, and that their lights are turned off and the kids are hidden out of sight. So that's essentially what it does. It it does that, and then it lets the teachers know, hey, you need to go into hard lockdown. All of the smart screens that are in the classrooms, whatever they're doing on those, they're taking over, and then the warning flashes on the screen that they're in hard lockdown, and there's an audible tone that goes throughout the school, and like I said, red flashing lights. As far as Centegics, how many times does someone have to push the button for it to go into hard lockdown? 8 presses, 8 rapid presses in order for Centegics to go into hard lockdown. So does that ensure there aren't any accidental presses that ultimately end in? Generally, yeah. It is a heavier number. We still have the occasional, accidental activation, but having a number like 8 presses makes it a little less common, I guess. And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what State's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize that as?
This is it's basically a screenshot of Apalachee High School. It's an overview, but it's from the Centegics app.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate copy of the overview of Apalachee from the Centegics app?
Yes, ma'am.
You're right. This time I'd like to introduce an evidence, State's Exhibit 1.
No objection, I assume they're demonstrative. Your Honor, I won't go back to the jury.
I think that's something we can discuss later.
I'll admit it into evidence if we want to decide later whether it goes out.
Okay. We could display that. Can we have access, Your Honor?
Sorry.
It's okay.
I pushed it. He's waiting.
Okay. So does this show on your phone when there's an emergency?
Yes, ma'am. So it pops up like a notification badge, right? Saying hard lockdown, and then it tells you the school. And then once you open the app, you can pull up this map.
And does it tell you where specifically the emergency notification came from?
Yes, ma'am.
So kind of going back to September 4th of 2024, when you pulled up this screen, what did you see?
So initially, when I heard the alerts going off on my phone, I looked at it, and then I didn't immediately go to this screen because we had several alerts coming out. Earlier that morning, we'd actually had a test that was done at Bethlehem Elementary. So we got the same alert. The alert, there was a hard lockdown, and then they came over the radio and said, hey, it was just a test. So initially, I look at it and then was like, I wonder if they're having a test at Apalachee. And then the second alert comes through, and then the third. So instead of opening the app immediately, I went to my truck and I got on the radio and turned the radio on, my police radio. I don't recall if I ever opened up the map. I do recall seeing Miss Lancaster's room. I just saw the alert from Miss Lancaster's room.
And so at the initial time that you received this emergency notification, did you know what was going on at Apalachee?
No, ma'am, not initially.
Okay. So you indicated that you got in your truck and turned on the radio. And what happened when you turned on your radio?
Just seconds after I turned my radio on, I heard Deputy Sergeant Chase Boyd say active shooter across the radio.
I have in my hand State Exhibit 2. It's on a hard drive, and it's the radio traffic from September 4th. Have you had an opportunity to review that radio traffic?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Is it a fair and accurate recording of what you heard on September 4th?
It is.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to introduce into evidence State Exhibit 2 and publish for the jury, Your Honor.
No objection. All right, 2's admitted, and you can publish it.
You have traffic? Sure. Active shooter.
Active shooter at Apalachee High School.
And you said it was from Deputy Boyd, and who is that?
Sergeant Boyd he's a supervisor with the SRO division. He's one of their immediate supervisors.
So when you heard that, what did you do?
I immediately so being at the range and being in our ammunition house, I didn't have my standard uniform on. So I threw on my gun, jumped in my truck, and I went to Apalachee as fast as I could.
About how far from Apalachee were you?
Close to 5 miles.
Do you remember approximately what time you arrived?
Around 10:30.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked to say exhibits 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3. Do you recognize those?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you recognize those as?
They're overviews of Apalachee High School. They show rooms, room numbers, so essentially school maps.
Okay. And just for the record, is 3.1 a full map of the high school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is 3.2 a partial map of the high school?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. And I'm going to have you look over to your left.
Okay.
Is that also 3.2 right there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then is 3.3 an overview, like a street view from Google Maps?
Yes, ma'am, it is. Okay.
All right, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence states exhibits 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3.
Defense. Same objection. Good. Just as far as going out.
Whether it's demonstrative or not, okay.
Right.
All right. 3.1, 3.2, and 3.3 are all admitted.
All right. Now we're going to start with 3.1, if we could display that for the jury. All right, so is this the full map?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Can you, and I'm going to hand you this because
Okay.
you need it. Can you show us on there where you went when you arrived?
And so I entered the school through the front door. Front door is going to be here. I made my way to the main atrium, and then from the main atrium, I moved down F Hall until it intersected with J Hall. Once it intersected with J Hall, I made my way. So I could see a large law enforcement presence, obviously, at this point. So I moved down towards the end of J Hall, and that's where I came into contact with Sergeant Boyd, and he had the shooter in custody.
Okay. And when you arrived, who else was there?
A lot of folks. When I initially went through the front door, I saw Sergeant Maxwell. I remember seeing one of our investigators, and so but when I made my initial approach, until I got to the atrium, I think I was by myself.
And were EMS already there as well?
Yes, they had just gotten there.
And for you, what was your purpose of making entry?
To make sure that the shooter was, number one, secured, to make sure that we didn't have any other shooters in the school, and then to begin to render aid and work towards the bigger picture of securing the entire school.
Were the skills that y'all learned in March utilized that day?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And how so?
So a lot of the people that we spoke to after the event said that, it's extremely stressful. I can't put into words how different the actual event is than all the training that we've done over the years. And we've done it since, I've been at the sheriff's office since 2003, and in 2004, we did an active shooter drill at Apalachee High School. So the words can't put into perspective the amount of stress, but most of the guys that I talked to, they were like, it just felt like training.
And Judge, I'm going to object to most of the guys that you talked to and what they may have said. What do you hear say?
Just describe it from your perspective.
I'll sustain the objection.
Thank you.
It made it more where it was like it was something that they had seen before, which is not very common. It was something that we needed to do for our deputies.
And what was the result of the coordinated response by EMS and law enforcement that day?
So the result was we were able to fully secure the school. Every patient that was injured that could have been saved was saved. We refer to it as we had 0 preventable deaths, which was unheard of in active shooter scenarios up until September 4th.
You can have a seat. I won't have you do anything on that for a little bit. After you made entry and went to the end of J Hall and observed that the shooter was in custody, what did you do after that?
After making sure that the shooter was in custody, I got a team of deputies and we began moving down. So sort of, again, looking at the big picture, seeing where people were at, realizing where we needed resources. It didn't seem like anybody was fully down F Hall. So I took a team of deputies down F Hall and we began making sure that the classrooms that there weren't any other injured people in the classrooms, again, that there wasn't another shooter, and then just securing those areas.
And as you were securing them, were y'all also evacuating students?
Not initially, but fairly soon after we started clearing. The evacuation process didn't take too long to get to.
And I'm going to go ahead and bring up State Exhibit 3.3 behind you, which is the Google overview. So can you, and I think I lied, you are going to look at the map real quick. Can you show us on there where the school is and just kind of orient the jury to what we're looking at?
Yes, ma'am. So Heyman Morris Road, this is Apalachee High School. The front door is right here. And then you have the rear parking lot where the buses go, and then the football field. And the football field is surrounded by a chain link fence.
And when y'all evacuated the students, where did y'all ultimately evacuate them to?
To the football field.
And when parents arrived to come find their children, were they eventually allowed to go to the football field as well?
Yes, ma'am, they were.
Approximately how many law enforcement officers responded to Apalachee High School that day?
I believe that the number was close to 400, if not a little more.
And how many different agencies, if you know?
There were 56 that we made note of.
I'm going to go back to when you were in the school. Did you observe any dust-like substance present in the school when you were clearing it?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was it located?
So I noticed it the closer I got to J Hall. As I was going down F Hall, I noticed it as I was getting towards J Hall.
And had you had experience with that kind of dust before?
Yes, ma'am, years ago.
Okay. And based on that, your training and experience, where did that dust originate from?
I almost immediately recognized that it was from the ceiling tiles. The concussion from the gunshot caused the dust from the ceiling tiles to start falling and settle. In 2008, we had done an active shooter drill at Old County Line Elementary School, and I was picked to be the suspect, the shooter. I was given a blank gun, so it doesn't fire real projectiles, just really loud and puts out the flash. And they put me in a bathroom, and when they gave me the signal, I shot, and the dust fell down from the ceiling tiles, and it created something very similar to what I saw at Apalachee.
And in your capacity as lieutenant over training, have you had an opportunity to review the surveillance videos from September 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In reviewing it, did you see the dust come from the ceiling tiles like you just described?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your purpose in reviewing that surveillance video?
Just to review the actions of our first responders, of the deputies, of fire and EMS, and to learn if what we did well, what we could have done differently, and then to implement that into training.
After watching that video, did you become aware of the path that the shooter took on September 4th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, I'd like you to go through that path for the jury,
Okay.
And if you could use the large map over there. And I'd like to start with the shooter's first period class. What class was he in?
So for first period, he was in Ms. Harris's class, and that was 1.515. It's going to be located right here.
And are you familiar with what time first period class is?
Yes, ma'am. So he got to class around 8:01, and the class starts at 8:15.
Okay. And are you familiar with the time it ends approximately?
Yeah, it ends at 9:38.
After he left first period class, where did he go for second period?
So he leaves first period, and then he goes to Miss Catherine Greer's room on J Hall, room 2.151, and that was where he That was second period. That's where it went next.
And what time does that class start?
9:45.
At some point, did he leave Miss Greer's class?
He did. He left her class at around 9:54.
And where did he go?
He went to the restroom.
Can you show which restroom he went to?
Yes, ma'am. Men's restroom, J Hall, just a short distance from Miss Greer's class.
And approximately when did he leave the restroom?
At 10:21.
After he left the restroom, where did he go?
He went back towards Miss Greer's class. So he had left Miss Greer's class. He had his book bag with him that we ultimately learned had a gun in it. So when he exits the men's bathroom, he's got the book bag. At some point, he drops the book bag, so he just has his gun, and he goes back to Miss Greer's classroom.
And was he able to get into that room?
No, ma'am.
Where did he go after that?
He went immediately next door. He went to Miss Ryan and Coach Edwards' classroom, which is 2.152.
And what happened in that classroom?
The door to that classroom was open, slightly open, just a little bit, and he began firing numerous rounds into that classroom.
And was anyone injured or killed in that classroom?
Yes, ma'am. Several students were injured. Christian Angulo was killed in that classroom.
After he left Miss Ryan's classroom, where did he go?
So after he shot here, thankfully, unfortunately, as Christian was, after Christian had been shot, he used his foot to close the door. So he restricted access to the shooter after that. The shooter moved back down the hall towards the restrooms that he had come from. And he ultimately got to this intersection as he's moving down the hall in room 2.145, Miss Irmy. She was in that room, Christina Irmy. She opened the door to see what was going on. She looked out briefly, and he shot her.
And did she survive?
No, ma'am, she didn't.
After he shot Miss Irmy, what did he do?
So after he shot Miss Irmy, he kept moving. He moved. He was continuing to move. He got to the intersection here of K Hall and J Hall. And while he was here, he saw Coach Aspinwall and Coach Phoenix, Ricky Aspinwall and David Phoenix, left their classrooms, which are 2 doors side by side. So they leave pretty much at the same time. And as soon as the shooter sees them coming out of those classrooms, as they're in the hall, he shoots them numerous times. Coach Aspinwall was killed, and Mr. Phoenix was hurt pretty bad.
And then after that, where does he go?
Continues moving down J Hall. The shooter gets to this area here, Jay and I, about the time that Mason Tremormore comes out of the bath. He sees Mason, he aims his rifle, he shoots several times, and he ultimately kills Mason.
And then what happened?
After he shoots Mason, he turns and aims down K Hall at a student who was quickly trying to run away from him. He was trying to run so fast that he was falling over himself. As soon as he aims this way, Deputy Brandon King and Sergeant Boyd made their way down F Hall. They actually came out at the intersection on J Hall, so they could tell that there was, through the haze of the dust that had fallen, they could tell that somebody was down there. They heard the shots when he shot Mason, and then they immediately started giving loud verbal commands for him to drop his gun, and he immediately surrendered.
All right, Lieutenant Chandler, I don't have any further questions for you right now.
Cross. Thank you. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Morning, sir.
I only have a few questions for you. How many entrances are to the high school?
Specifically, I'm not 100% sure exactly how many entrances. I can count them for you though, using the map that we have, if you'd like me to.
If you know, that would be great.
Okay, give me 1 second. So I'm going to go based off of mostly just the exterior doors. There are going to be some other doors that I might not be able to count. I would say upwards of, I'd say a little more than 15 exterior doors.
Okay. And are all of those doors secured when the kids first come in?
Yes, sir.
So other people can't get in from other places?
Correct. They're supposed to be, yes, sir.
So all the students have to go in through the front?
No, sir, not necessarily through the front. So basically, I think the way they have it set up is car riders will go through the front, and then the bus riders will go through the back side of the school.
Okay. So you got actually two entrances?
Two main entrances, yes, sir.
And the entrance that Colt made would be from the bus?
Correct, yes, sir.
And do you know what time that bus arrived?
Slightly before 8.
Okay. You know how many children were on that bus with him?
No, sir, I don't.
I assume you didn't take possession of any evidence at all? Right?
No, sir. My role after the initial response was that I did supplement CID's efforts, but I didn't specifically collect evidence.
Okay. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Judge.
Based on crossing, you redirect?
No, Your Honor. May Lieutenant Chandler be excused?
Yes. All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Safe crossing. Is the next witness a long one we made break for lunch before crossing? So.
Maybe about 20 minutes.
Okay. Go ahead.
The state calls Dr. Matt Thompson. If you want to go ahead and raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you can have a seat. And if you will start by just introducing yourself to the jury, and you can go ahead and tell us where you're employed.
My name is Matt Thompson. I'm the Deputy Superintendent for the Barrow County School System.
All right, and tell us a little bit about what that role entails.
It's a pretty broad job that entails a lot of different things. And I have either direct or indirect supervision over, including technology, assessment, data, student records, student safety, support services, strategic planning, and a lot of other areas.
All right, and how long have you been in that role?
For this particular role, 4 years.
Okay. As part of that role, do you have access to the surveillance system for the Barrow County school system?
I do.
And does that specifically include surveillance video for Apalachee High School?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Tell us a little bit about the surveillance system that Apalachee High School has.
System-wide, we have about 2,800 school and classroom cameras, and about 800 bus cameras, about 4 per bus. For Apalachee specifically, we have 241 cameras spread out through the external parts of the school into the corridors, hallways, and including classroom cameras. And then they have however many buses delivered there on a given day. We have 4 cameras per bus.
Okay. And approximately how long has this surveillance system been in place?
We went with the particular server model that we're using in around 2015, so a little more than 10 years.
And does that record 24/7?
It depends on the camera. The classroom and hallway cameras record continuously 6 a.m. through 6 p.m. And then they have a mechanism that if there's a sensor that detects motion, it will start recording it at a given point. The external security cameras and some of the key entrances record 24/7. And then the bus video records as long as the bus is actually cranked and engaged. It records continuously.
Gotcha. And do any of these videos have sound?
The bus videos do record sound. Teacher classroom videos do if the teacher chooses to engage it, if they're recording a lesson for their instructional purposes. But unless the teacher turns on the classroom cameras, they do not record sound, and the hallway security videos and the external do not record sound.
All right. So are you aware if any of the videos relevant to this case have sound recorded on them?
I'm not aware of any that do.
Okay.
Except possibly the bus video. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Okay. So the bus could go either way.
Bus could, yes.
Okay. And we'll start with the school proper. How is the surveillance video stored?
So the videos, when they're recording, are feeding data into a server. That server is organizing those You can use our software to kind of query the server. We use a software called Video Insight. You can watch live streams, or you can also watch archived data. But that data feeds into the server room, where it's stored for 30 days, unless we choose to mark it for non-deletion, at which point it will be retained. Otherwise, it cycles over after 30 days.
Okay, and who has access to these videos, to the server?
The server room?
Yes.
That'd be anybody with a master key at the school, which would include school administrators. That would also include maintenance staff, handful of IT staff, and then also a very small number of district staff, including myself.
Okay. And how can you yourself access these recordings?
We would never really have a reason to go to the server room. We just access those videos through the Video Insight platform, which is an installed app that's on our computers that we use we can watch again the live stream, or we can pull video clips out of that, or we can just review archival footage.
All right. And so this app on your computers, is it fair to assume that you said a very limited amount of people have access to that? Is that true for that app?
School administrators would have their own school. Beyond that, there's a small number of district staff that would have full district access, but it's very small, fewer than 10 in a fairly large district.
And is this the same system that's used for the buses in addition to the school system?
Buses are slightly different. They don't feed data live into a server. Theirs are recorded on a hard drive on the actual camera. So when we ask to review bus footage, we have to ask that the hard drive be actually pulled out of the camera and delivered. We can request that anytime we need to.
Okay. So on this hard drive, we have what have been marked as States Exhibits 4 through 28, showing the bus that Colt Gray took to the school on September 4th of 2024, and relevant video from Apalachee High School. Have you had the opportunity to review all these videos? And are they accurate copies of what was captured from the surveillance video that day? Were all these videos obtained directly either from the server at the school or the local servers on the bus?
That's correct.
And have they been materially changed or altered in any way?
They have not.
Judge, at this time we would tender States Exhibits 4 through 28, and I would note that States 22 is in 2 parts, so we've just marked that as 22.1 and 22.2.
That's a new question.
You'll go ahead.
All right, 4 through 28, inclusive of 22.1 and 22.2 are all good.
All right, so we're going to be playing relevant portions of these videos at a later point in the trial, but what we're going to do with you right now is go through some clips from the exhibits just to orient the jury to the different views that these different cameras provide. We'll start with a clip from States Exhibit 4, which is the exterior of the school bus. And looking at this video, is that the video that you obtained relevant to this case, or a clip from it? And is the timestamp and date accurate on this video?
They appear to be accurate, yes.
Okay. And where's that camera? I think it's relatively obvious, but where's the camera shooting
So
from?
there's 4 cameras per bus. That would be the front-mounted camera that's pointing out the front of the bus.
Okay. Moving on to a clip from States Exhibit 5. And is that the interior of the same school bus that we previously saw the exterior of?
That would be the camera that's pretty standard mounted behind the drive.
Okay, and once again, is the date and timestamp accurate on that video?
It appears to be, yes.
All right, now shifting to cameras at the school, we're next going to show a clip from States Exhibit 6. All right, and where is that camera showing from?
That is the bus rider entrance at the back of Apalachee High School.
All right, and I see we've got 2 date and timestamps, but they look to be exactly the same. Are those correct in
Those
these
would be
videos?
correct, yes.
Okay. Now, next we're going to jump over to a clip from States Exhibit 16. All right, so this one obviously looks a little different or significantly different from the other videos we're looking at. Can you just kind of explain what we're looking at here?
This is one of the classroom cameras. This is actually, I believe, in Miss Suzanne Harris's classroom. They're mounted at the center of the classroom, or not every classroom is perfectly square, so sometimes they're configured as close as we can get it, and they provide a fisheye view of the entire classroom. Some of the newer ones can be actually angled a little bit if a teacher wants to use them for instructional purposes. They typically are not done that much for that purpose. So this is typically the view you're going to get from a classroom camera, sort of the fishbowl view of the entire classroom.
Okay, and so are all the cameras inside the classrooms this style of camera?
Yes, there's not any that will look any different from this. As I said, you can sometimes angle them, but in this particular case, it's not angled, and I don't believe any of the footage that was relevant to September 4th were angled.
That was my next question. Thank you. And are there any other cameras that show the interior of these classrooms as part of the school surveillance system? No. Is the date and time stamp on this video correct?
It is, yes.
And just to kind of further orient the jury, in this video, can you tell us where the entrance to the classroom is?
It would be in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. You can see a sort of brown door. That would be the entrance to the classroom. And this is, like I said, this is a computer classroom, so there's rows of desktop stacks.
Okay, so that brown door with the little window on it, right? Okay. And next, we're going to pull up State 17 and show a clip from that. All right, and tell us what we're looking at here.
This is just a pretty standard example of one of the hallway surveillance cameras that's looking down a hallway. Actually, I'm not 100% sure which hallway that is. Likely K Hall would be my guess, but it's one of the. I recognize enough of the names to know that's one of the ones that feeds on J Hall.
Okay. And generally, these hallway cameras, where are they located throughout the hallways?
We try to strategically place them through the, these are very large schools, hundreds of thousands of square feet to cover. So there are going to inevitably be, particularly in the hallway surveillance cameras, some occasional blind spots or some places where you have a long view to see something, but we try to place them along strategic points in the hallway to get maximal coverage.
Okay. Is every square inch of every hallway covered by a camera?
No, ma'am. We unfortunately do have some blind spots occasionally.
Okay. And is there any video surveillance that specifically covers any part of the interior of any bathrooms?
No, for obvious student privacy reasons, we don't have any surveillance cameras within restrooms. We do try to typically have one facing the entrance or the exit to the restroom, but we don't place them inside.
Okay. And on this video, and I believe any hallway videos, I see we have two timestamps that are actually slightly different. Can you tell us which one is accurate?
So the upper left-hand corner is the camera's particular internal timer that is specific to the particular camera in use. Those can, unfortunately, due to connectivity issues, battery issues, those can be off. Those sometimes will lag what actual time. So when these are queried on the server, the bottom right is going to be the server time that is synced to national clocks and is the independently verifiable time. So in this particular case, anytime you see two timestamps, the one on the bottom right is going to be the accurate date and time.
Okay, so in this case, we're looking at these two times, and the accurate time is 9:39 a.m.
That would be correct. Yes, that would be the server time.
All right, thank you. Did you also review and recover surveillance footage from any dates besides September 4th related to this case?
Yes, ma'am. We also reviewed and pulled footage from August 26th and August 28th.
Okay. And again, we'll provide more relevant context and publish those videos through subsequent witnesses. But starting with August 26th, what were you generally looking for?
That was the last day Colt attended school prior to September 4th, and we were particularly interested in verifying that he spent the majority of that day in the counseling suite. So in this particular case, we pulled videos related to his first period class, his second period class, and then his moving into the counseling suite for the majority of the rest of the day.
And was that video recorded and stored in the same capacity as you previously described?
It was, yes.
And did the timestamp appear to be accurate, or in the case of any hallways, that bottom right timestamp appear to be accurate? With these videos from that date, did you combine multiple camera recordings of Colt related to him going to the counselor's office?
We did. It's a little clunky when you're trying to parse through a server.
Sure.
So a lot of times we'll create curated like pathway videos through a school. So in this particular case, we pulled sequential clips off of multiple cameras and sort of stitched them together using just very basic video software, just so that you have an unobstructed view of the student moving through the school. And we did that for the August 26th for Colt.
Okay, and other than putting those videos from different cameras into one file, were the videos changed or materially altered in any way?
They were not.
And Judge, again, we'll publish this at a later time, but at this time we would tender State's Exhibit 29, which is also stored on this hard drive.
No good.
And just to follow up on that a little bit, is there any surveillance video once you enter the counseling wing at Apalachee High School?
There isn't actually a unobstructed view of the entrance to the counseling suite. You can get almost there from the where you come off the K Hall, coming down from J Hall. You can see where individuals turn to go to the counseling suite. You can also see that off of other hallways, but you can't actually see anybody enter the counseling suite.
Okay, and was the thought there essentially also for privacy reasons?
Yeah, sometimes we've kind of gone back and forth over the years, but as to coverage versus trying to be a little more discreet with students who may have issues and they don't want to be picked up on camera. So in this particular case at Apalachee, we don't have a camera that shows the counseling suite entrance.
Okay. And shifting your focus to August 28th, which is the other date you referenced, were you looking for a specific person on that date at Apalachee High School?
We were, yes.
Okay, and who was that?
That would be Colt's grandmother, Miss Deborah. I think I've had her name mispronounced all these years. I think it was Pummelhoos or.
Okay, I believe Paul Hamus,
There we go.
but I think we will clarify later.
She had visited that day to meet with a counselor, discuss her concerns. So we pulled video showing both her entrance and her exit from Apalachee High School.
Okay, and again, did you combine the multiple camera recordings of her on that date into one file?
We did.
And other than putting them into one file, were they changed or materially altered in any way?
They were not altered in any way.
All right. And is that the video that we've marked as State's Exhibit 30 and put onto this hard drive, a fair and accurate depiction of what you pulled off those cameras? And Judge, at this time, we would tender State's Exhibit 30 and again, play it at a later time.
No objection. All right. 30 is admitted without objection.
All right. Now, lastly, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 31. And can you just identify what this is?
So this is Apalachee's bell schedule for 2024, 2025, specifically the fall semester. Apalachee's instructional day is tied into 4 main instructional periods with a shorter advisement period.
Okay, and before I make you talk through it twice, what I've handed you fair and accurate?
This is
okay.
The accurate bell schedule from the fall of 2024.
Okay, and Judge, we'd go ahead and tender that as State's Exhibit 31. All right, and we'll go ahead and pull that up on the screen just so it's a little easier for people to follow. So yeah, if you'll just kind of talk us through what this shows.
Sure. So what this is going to be doing is, as I said, there's 4 instructional segments and there's also an advisement period that is built in on certain days. So in this case, what this is showing is the beginning and ending of each class segment and then the time students have to traverse to their next class before they would be considered tardy.
Okay. And nothing further from me. The defense may have a couple questions for you.
Cross, I just have one question.
Sir.
At that time, Apalachee High School did not have metal detectors.
That is correct, sir.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Any excused?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. We're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. 12:10, break until 1:10. Here's we point out to you as you go to enter the jury room, before you turn in, there is a microwave and sink at the end, and of course, you have footage and whatnot. All right. point out to all the attorneys, it appears that the podium mic is a little weak. I've got it turned up a little louder, but if you're away from it at all, it's to the extent you care. It's not really picking it up.
Is that for the jury's benefit or the court reporter's benefit?
I would say the court reporter mostly. The way our sound system works, if you're not right at a mic, it's not picking it up. Obviously, she's close to you there, and she can hear you. But just so you all know.
Can you put a different mic on there?
We have an identical looking one.
I didn't know if this was.
I think we tried it already.
All right.
All right. Mr. Perry, Mr. Hobbs, you guys squared away?
Yes, bailiff is going to give us instructions on where to go.
In recess till 1:10. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
I think it's gonna be a lot of.
Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin. Subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere. Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at subscribe to at Southern Sin and hit the bell for when we go live. You're watching at Southern Sin, your home for true crime. Court will begin shortly. Don't go anywhere.
I got it, I'm sorry. But I will give you the email that's made.
Hello. Hi. I did not intentionally. Sorry. Yeah. How you doing? No.
wouldn't be on the third floor, but about eight.
We want nothing to do with,
Yeah.
we figured they were over here.
Yeah. So yeah, that might be one thing.
Okay. We'll talk to you guys.
Remember what you can't film.
No, I hadn't seen her. I thought she was back there with you. You know she's gonna be upset that you left her.
Can we just put some timestamps on the record? It just seemed easier to do that outside the presence of the jury.
Okay.
The clips we introduced through Dr. Thompson from State's Exhibit 4, we played from 41 minutes 16 seconds to 41 minutes 29 seconds. From Exhibit 5, 39 minutes and 29 seconds to 39 minutes and 51 seconds. From State's Exhibit 6, we played the first 10 seconds. State's Exhibit 16, we played 20 minutes and 3 seconds to 20 minutes and 13 seconds. And from State's Exhibit 17, we played the first 10 seconds. We'll also provide that in writing to the court reporter once we get through evidence.
You all ready for the jury? Yes, sir. Okay. All right, bring them in. Is the large exhibit going to be used for this witness too, or?
Yes,
Okay.
just to very briefly.
Just, it's fine. Everyone can be seated. All right, state calls next witness.
State calls Suzanne Harris. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? I do. You can have a seat. Will you go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Suzanne Harris. Was a teacher at Apalachee High School. I've been in the county for 14 years. This is my 18th year teaching.
Well, you went ahead and answered my next question, which was, what do you do? So you indicated that you worked at Apalachee High School. When did you work at Apalachee High School? What years of service did you do there?
I worked there until December of this past year. So I've been there for 4.5 years.
And while you were at Apalachee High School, what subject did you teach?
Computer science.
In September of 2024, were you teaching computer science at that time?
I was.
And I'm going to ask you if you could show me on that map right next to you, which was your classroom?
Okay, I'm right here on G Hall, and my classroom is right here, 1.515.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. You can have a seat. I am going to draw your attention to September 4th of 2024. Were you working at Apalachee that day?
I was.
And was Colt Gray in one of your classes?
He was.
What period was he in?
He was in first period.
And what time is that class? Or generally, what time does first period start?
The bell rang at like 8:15.
Okay. And what time does it end?
Best I recall, like 9:38, somewhere around there.
And on September 4th, I guess, had you seen him in your class before?
I think he'd been in class one time prior to that day.
And on September 4th, did he talk to you?
He did.
When did he first talk to you?
Early on in the classroom session, I think around 8:30, he asked to go to the restroom.
And then after that, did he come and talk to you again?
He did.
And what did he talk to you about?
At this point, we had been talking about missing assignments and different things because he had only been there for 2 days. But he asked whether or not we'd ever had an active shooter drill before.
And what did you tell him?
I told him that we had had one.
Judge, we're going to object to any hearsay.
Your Honor, doesn't go to the truth of the matter asserted. It goes to sort of present sense impression, what they're discussing at that time, and then what action she took afterwards.
Yeah, I would think this falls into a category of non-hearsay. They're not offering it to prove that they did or didn't have active school shooter trainings in the past. It's just, did he ask the question? So I'm going to overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. And so kind of getting back to the question, he asked you if there was an active shooter drill, and then your response was what?
Yeah, we actually had one last week, but he wasn't there for the drill.
Okay. And was there any further discussion about that?
At that moment, I did ask him what school he went to because I was concerned, like, why would you, had you worked in, or been in a school that it would have made you nervous about school shooting? And he told me that that he had been at Jefferson High School, middle school, excuse me, in the 8th grade. And I asked him if he knew Elaine Murphy, who's one of the teachers at Jefferson.
Judge, I'm going to object to any hearsay.
And
First, you have a response, or
I think we'll just move on from what she said back to him and go on to the next topic.
all right. So I'll sustain the objections to his last remarks. Go ahead.
So after y'all had the discussion, did he go back and sit down?
He did.
Okay. And this time I'm going to publish a clip from State's Exhibit 16. It's been previously introduced in the evidence, and the clip is from 38 minutes and 23 seconds to 39 minutes and 12 seconds. I'm going to pause it briefly. Can you kind of tell the jury, just so they can make sure they see where you are and then also where Colt Gray is?
Sure. So over to this side over here, where you see the gold and white striped bulletin board, that's where my desk is. And
Is that all the way on the left of the screen?
yes. And then he is to the right of my desk. I don't know what corner I can show you. So I'm here and Colt is here, and this is where he was sitting.
Okay.
And this was Alex Johnson, and this was Tyler Graham.
It may facilitate things for these fish I've used to kind of refer to like the Facebook clock, 9 o'clock or.
That is a good idea, Your Honor. And as far as the exit or the entrance to the classroom, the door, is that around 11 o'clock?
It is.
All right, thank you. All right, we can finish playing the clip. Okay. And does that clip show where he asked you about the active shooter drill?
Yes.
Okay. When he asked you that, did that concern you?
I mean, you don't expect to hear that in the classroom. I mean, we hear about school shootings, but you don't think it's going to happen to you. So it was a little bit alarming. And I did send an email to the counselor in regards to that, in regards to my concern.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 32. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that as?
It's the email that I sent to Miss Butler.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate copy of that email that you sent to Miss Butler on September 4th?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce into evidence State Exhibit 32.
No objection.
All right, 32 is good.
Okay, if we could display that for the jury. Okay, so you indicated that you sent this email to Miss Butler. Can you tell us who Miss Butler is?
She's the counselor that is in charge of his last name. So each counselor has a certain number of letters in the alphabet that they're in charge of. And she was in charge of his last name.
And then you also copied D. Martin. Can you tell me who D. Martin is?
She's our assistant principal, but I'm a CTAE teacher, so she was actually over the CTAE umbrella.
Okay. And what time did you send that email?
The timestamp is 8:46 a.m.
And can you read for the jury what your email said?
The subject said inquiry from CG that might warrant a few questions. Miss Butler, I had a student who is new to the school. He has missed quite a bit already. He asked this morning if we ever do any active shooter drills. I thought this was an odd question. I told him we did, and we had one recently, but he was absent. I asked if he had a particular concern, and he said he didn't. The student is Colt Gray, and he is in the 9th grade, just FYI.
Thank you. Now, after you sent that email, did Colt come and talk to you again?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he talk to you about this time?
Several times he was asking about missing assignments. The two students that were sitting beside him, Alex Johnson and Tyler Graham, they were actually helping him with assignments. But at some point closer to the time that the bell rang, he asked what our policy was in between restroom transitions as far as going to the restroom.
And what is Apalachee's policy about restroom transitions?
You cannot go to the restroom during transitions.
Okay. And by transitions, you mean between classes?
Yes, ma'am.
So when can you go to the restroom?
You can go in class.
And how do y'all prevent people from going to the restroom during between classes?
We have chains. And so I actually had the restroom duty right outside my classroom. So there's chains and you just walk out and clip the chain and stand there and make sure that the students don't go in and out of the restroom.
Okay. So at this time, I'm going to show another clip from State's Exhibit 16, which is from 1 hour and 30 minutes and 54 seconds to 1 hour and 31 minutes and 18 seconds. Is that when he asked you about going to the bathroom or what the bathroom policy is?
He did, and I reached over to grab the bathroom pass. That's what the thing I was reaching for. They have to have a hall pass in order to go to the restroom. Asked him if he needed to go to the restroom, and he said he did not.
When class was over and he was getting ready to leave, did you notice anything about him or his belongings that caused you concern?
Very close to in the class, I noticed that there was like a poster or some kind of project or something that was sticking out of his book bag. And I asked him what his project was about, and he didn't really have much to say about the project, but he did tell me that he would show it to me later if I wanted to see it. And I couldn't tell what the project was, but he had only been there for a couple of days. So I was looking at it kind of odd. It was taller than the book bag, and it had like clothing that was kind of wrapped around it. And we're in September, but there was like a sock cap that appeared to be like stuck on the top. And I thought it was kind of odd.
How did he carry the bag when he left your classroom?
It was very difficult for him to carry. It was like really super heavy. And so when he went to pick it up, you could tell. And I said, "Do you need help with that?" And he seemed a little agitated or a little nervous. And so he just like scurried out of the classroom with his book bag.
Now, as a teacher, as an educator, do you have the authority to search a child's backpack or a student's backpack?
No, I do not.
Okay. And so based on what you observed with his backpack and with the questions that he asked you about the active shooter and about the bathroom, what did you do?
Initially, I went straight out the door and went to the restrooms to put up the chain because the class is in transition and that's where my restroom duty is. But as I was standing there, I wasn't standing there very long, but I heard a voice that said, "He's got a gun."
And that's just like a voice in your head,
voice
kind of?
in my head, yeah.
And what did you do when you kind of felt that happen?
I got cold chills from the top of my hair all the way down to the toes of my feet. And I stood there for a minute, and it quickly runs through your mind. Like if you make an accusation and you tell somebody's got a gun, they're going to think you're crazy. But as I stood there for just a second, it just got louder. And so I just darted down the hallway and went straight to D. Martin's office.
Okay. And what did you do when you got to D. Martin's office?
I was going to attempt to tell her that I thought that he had a gun, but she was in there with another student. And so the door was closed. So I immediately came out. Mr. Broughton, who was our other AP, he was standing out in the atrium because we're in class transition. And I went up, told him that, I really needed to talk to somebody. And he said, "Well, have you already been talking to Dee about this?" And I said, "Yes." And about that time, somebody came on the radio and said that she was releasing that student to the media center. And he said, "Oh, well, she's done. So you go ahead and you go ahead and go in there and talk with her. And so that's what I did. So.
And what was that discussion, or what did you tell her?
I mean, when I went in, there was another teacher that was coming in behind me. It was Mandy Pugh and two of her students. And Dee was coming out of her office, and she thought we were together regarding another situation. And I told her no. And there was somebody in the office that was next door to hers. And so there was still a student that was in her office. And so we went into Mr. Neely's office, which is the third office. And we went straight back and we're trying to find some place private. But I told her, I said, I don't know how I know, but, you know, I think he's got a gun.
After that, what did you do?
She asked me at that point if I knew what class he was in. And I said, no, I don't. But when I went back to my classroom, then I looked up who the classroom teacher was, and it was Captain Greer.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 33. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what do you recognize that as?
It's the email that I sent letting Dee know what classroom he was in.
And is that a fair and accurate copy of that email?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 33.
No objection.
All right, 33 is submitted.
And we'll go ahead and publish that to the jury. Okay. And again, you indicated that this was to Dee Martin. Can you tell us the time that you sent that email?
The time is at 9:52 a.m.
And can you tell us what the email said?
Colt Gray is with Miss Greer during second period. FYI, thanks.
Your second period class, was it a planning period for you, or were you teaching a class?
It was planning period.
After that email, can you tell us what happened?
So I have other students that share the classroom. They come in, we share the classroom together. And Alex English, which is another teacher, it's his first year teaching. He was teaching audio, video technology, and film. And he came in with his students. And so at some point during the class, I was just really nervous, and I just stood up and kind of addressed the whole class without asking him first. I just was very stern, and what I said was, don't ask me how I know, don't ask me any questions, but do not leave this classroom unless it's an absolute emergency. Because I just felt in every fiber of my being that something was wrong.
At some point, did you become aware that there was shooting going on in the high school?
Yes. At one point, Alex kind of came towards the door, and we kind of stepped out in the hallway, and I told him what I was suspicious of. And he was like, oh gosh, that sounds, scary or whatever. And I said, I don't know how I know, but I just felt like that something was going to happen. And so I came back in the classroom, and shortly thereafter, we saw the lockdown screen, and we went into lockdown.
And eventually, were you able to hear the shooting, or did you just become aware that something had happened?
No, I actually heard the shooting. It's our protocol to go out, like to open up the classroom door to kind of look to see who's in the hallway, if there's any kids in the bathroom. And I did that, and I could hear gunshots to the left, which is down towards the counseling office.
After the shooting had ended, were y'all eventually able to leave your classroom?
Yes.
Okay. And where were y'all evacuated to?
To the football field.
And I'm going to play one more clip for you, which is the clip for when Colt was leaving your classroom. And it is from 1 hour and 39 minutes and 11 seconds to 1 hour and 40 minutes and 14 seconds. And that's, again, from State's Exhibit 16. And just to be clear, did you ever actually see a gun?
No.
Okay. And so you had a feeling that there was a gun, but you never saw one? Okay. Nothing further.
Yes, Ron. Good afternoon, Ms. Harris. I have a few questions. If I ask a question that doesn't make sense or you'd like me to clarify, please let me know, and I'll go ahead and take care of that. All right. So you were in class and you observed this backpack that Mr. Gray had, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said it looked like it was heavy.
When he got ready to leave the classroom is where it appeared to be heavy.
Based on how he was lifting it, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point after the shooting, you gave a statement to a couple officers from GBI, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you have to say yes or no for the court reporter.
Oh.
Sorry. No, you're fine. Do you remember telling them that you were familiar with guns?
Yes.
And I believe you said that you thought, based on the length of the object that was extending from his backpack, that kind of made you suspicious. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
How was it about the poster board? How far was it extending out of the backpack?
It appeared to be about that far.
So you're holding your hands, and so I have to make a record for the court reporter, like a foot and a half more?
2.5 foot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said there was a hat stuffed down the tube of the poster board. Is that correct?
It appeared to be clothing, and best I recall, it looked like a sock cap.
Like a toboggan?
Yes.
So like a winter hat.
Yeah.
And of course, this was September.
Right. And I thought that was odd.
Right. And it wasn't cold that day.
No, it was not.
Okay. All right. Okay, I think that's it. Let me check one other thing. And you said we saw from where he was sitting in class on the video, he was sitting next to a couple other students.
Mm-hmm.
And without telling me what anybody said specifically, your memory is that they were engaging in conversations regarding missing assignments?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have 1 second, Judge?
1 second. Ms. Harris, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Based on cross, any redirect?
No, Your Honor. May Ms. Harris be excused?
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, state calls next week.
State called Catherine Greer.
So the defense where I'll be in the habit of just excusing witnesses when they ask for someone that you don't want to be excused.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Swear the testimony given in the matter now pending before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay. If you could introduce yourself for the jury.
My name is Catherine Greer.
Okay. And where do you work, ma'am?
I work at Apalachee High School.
And what do you do at Apalachee High School?
I'm a math teacher.
Okay. And how long have you worked there?
And this is my third year.
Your third year? Okay. I want to take your attention back to 2024, 2025 school year. What did you teach on that year?
I was teaching 9th grade Algebra 1.
Okay. What did you have first period?
First period was my planning block.
Okay. So you didn't teach a class that period?
No, sir.
Okay. And what did you teach second period?
9th grade, 9th grade Algebra 1.
Okay. There's a partial map of the school next to you. If you could you orient to the jury as to where your classroom was for second period? Okay. And was Colt Gray a member of that class?
He was.
Okay. And what do you remember about Colt Gray prior to September 2024?
Not too much. He started school not on the first day, maybe a week or so after. And I think I had him in my room maybe 3-4 times.
Okay. I want to take your attention to August 26th of that year. Was Colt Gray in your class on that day?
I believe so.
Okay. And did something happen? Did he come to you about needing something?
Yes, he approached me in class and asked to go see a crisis counselor.
Okay. And did that seem...
We're going to object to any hearsay.
Your Honor, hearsay is a statement made out of court. That wasn't a statement. He was asking for something. That would be more in a present sense impression. It's also not for the truth of the matter asserted. I don't think that would be hearsay.
Go ahead, Mr. Ross.
Judge, I think it is being admitted for the truth of the matter in regards to his mental health state at that time.
Your Honor, it's not testimonial in nature. He's not asking, or he's not testifying to anything. He's not an out-court statement. He's asking to go somewhere. That is not hearsay.
You know, I believe him asking to see a counselor on that day is non-hearsay, so I'll overrule the objection.
Okay. So he asked to see a crisis counselor. Was there anything about what he asked that stood out to you?
Just the fact that he used crisis counselor. Usually the student just says, "Can I go see my counselor?" So that stood out.
How did he appear to you emotionally?
I don't recall how he appeared when he asked. I just knew it was different from a typical ask to go to see a counselor, so I walked him there.
Okay. So is it your normal practice to walk them to the counselor?
If they just asked to go to a counselor, not typically, but since he said crisis counselor, I didn't know what was going on, so I did want to walk him. And so class next to me has 2 teachers in it.
And who were they?
Miss Ryan and Coach Edwards.
Okay. So what did you do when you decided to walk him to the counselor's office?
I peeked my head over next door and just asked if one of them could watch my class so I could walk him to the counseling office.
Okay. And did they do that?
They did.
Okay. Could you show, and did you walk him to the counselor's office?
I did.
Could you show on the map, we were just talking about where the counselor's office, did you walk him to?
His office is over here.
Okay.
Down that hall.
Okay. Thank you. Did Colt come back to your second period class that day?
He never came back to my classroom.
That day or any other day?
He didn't come back that day. And I believe the next time he was there was September 4th.
Okay. Let's go to September 4th. Approximately how many times on that day had Colt Gray been present in your classroom?
2 or 3, maybe.
Okay. Did you have any problems with him before then?
I did not.
Okay. Did he have any issues with other students that you seem to notice?
No, I never saw him interact with any student specifically.
Okay. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary about him?
No, sir.
Okay. Is there another student in your class with a similar name?
Yes.
And who was that?
Colton Gray.
Colton Gray. Now, Colt Gray was a freshman that year, correct?
Correct.
All right. What year was Colton Gray?
A senior.
Okay. And what was his personality like?
Very sweet, very respectful. He tried hard, put his best effort forward. Great kid.
Did he interact with you and other students?
He did.
Okay. I want to take your attention to the morning of September 4th. About what time do second period students begin arriving in your class?
Around 9:45, or a little bit before the second period bell at 9:45, I believe.
Okay. And what are you typically doing when students are arriving at your class?
Typically, I'm standing at the door greeting them.
Okay. Did you notice Colt when he came into your class?
I do not remember him coming into the room.
Okay. Do you remember seeing his book bag when he came into the room?
No.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to see the security camera footage of your classroom from that morning?
I have.
Okay. And looking back on that security camera footage, do you realize why it was that you don't remember seeing Colt?
I did.
And why is that?
I was pulling up a presentation on my screen, so my back was turned to the door.
Okay. This security camera footage that you saw, does it accurately portray what happened on September 4th?
It does.
I'm going to show you a clip from what's already been tendered as State's Exhibit number 21. Your Honor, for the record, this is going to be from 1 minute, 15 seconds to 6 minutes and 18 seconds. And asking, it portrays Colt coming into the room. Is that you at the 4 o'clock position?
It is
Okay. And what are you wearing? Just a color?
green,
Okay. And where's the door in this?
diagonal to me
Okay.
on the other side of the wall.
Thank you. Kid that just entered the room, who was that?
It's Colton Gray.
The one with the black shirt and the tan pants?
Yes, sir.
So at this point, class changes ended.
Yes, sir.
At some point during class, does Colt ask to leave the classroom?
He does.
And what purpose does he ask to leave the classroom?
He has to go see his counselor.
Okay. At this point, do you take him, did you walk him this day?
I did not.
Okay. And did he take his stuff with him or did he leave it in the room?
He took his book bag.
Okay. And is this also shown in the security footage?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'm going to show what's 13:22 to 14:22. It's close to 10 minutes.
This is another.
It's also from the same, from States 21, Your Honor.
And let me just clarify for a second my last ruling. So I overruled an objection previously about hearsay on he asked to see a crisis counselor. I think him asking the question is admissible for the fact that he asked it. It's not admitted for the purpose of establishing that he was in fact having a mental health crisis. All right.
So if the last clip ended at 9:45 and this is 9:53, we're now about 8 minutes into the class. What's he doing there on the wall?
He's grabbing the pass, the office pass.
So different passes have different destinations on them?
There's a restroom pass and office pass.
Okay. After he leaves at this point, does he come back inside the class?
No, no, sir.
Okay. At some point after Colt leaves, does Colton Gray also leave the class?
He goes to the restroom.
Okay. Does he do the pass thing also?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does he take his belongings with him or does he leave them in the classroom?
He left him in the room.
Okay. Is this also shown? Well, let me go further before we play the clip. After Colton has left the classroom, does someone come to your class?
Yes, Miss Martin,
Okay. And who is Miss Martin?
assistant principal.
Okay. Why is she coming to the class?
She came to class asking for a student.
Okay. And what student did she ask for?
I can't recall the name that she said. I must have heard Colton Gray.
Who did you think she asked for?
Colton Gray.
Okay. Had he recently left for the bathroom when she asked for him?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell her where he had gone?
I said he's in the bathroom.
Okay. And did you give her his belongings?
I handed his book back to her.
Okay. Is this also shown on the security footage?
It is.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I will show clip from 2342 to 2633, also from State's Exhibit number 21. So now we're at 10:03. So this is about 9 minutes after Colt left. What's he doing there, Colton?
He's signing out.
Okay. So you have to get a pass and you have to write on the.
Put your name down.
Okay. Is that Miss Martin coming in there?
It is.
Now, at some point, does Miss Martin return to your class?
She does.
Okay. What happens when she returns to your class?
She told me that she needed Colt Gray.
Okay. And what did you tell her?
I said he went to the counseling office.
Okay. Does she then leave at that point?
She does.
Is this also shown on the security footage?
It is.
All right, this time on State Exhibit 21, I'll show clip from 30:25 to 30:53. So now we're at 10:11. This is what, about 5 minutes after she left the first time? Now, after she leaves there, does she, when I say she, I mean Miss Martin, does she communicate with you any more about Colt Gray?
She does.
What does she do?
She intercomed into my room.
I'm sorry, she what?
Intercomed
Okay.
into my room.
So she got on the intercom?
Yes.
Okay.
And she asked me to check my email.
All right. And did you check your email?
I did. She was asking around what time he left the room, Colt left the room.
Okay. I'm going to show you Smart State Exhibit number 34. Ask you to identify that. What is that?
This is the email that she sent me asking what time he left, and the email that I responded with saying he left around 9:50.
Okay. So you had the email to you and your reply on the same?
Correct.
Do they accurately reflect the email exchange you had with Miss Martin?
They do.
All right. This time I tender State Exhibit number 34 in the evidence.
No objection. All right.
As we publish after the jury. All right. So you're at the bottom?
I am.
All right. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Miss
sorry,
Martin's
no.
at the bottom.
Miss Martin's at the bottom.
Okay. And what time did that email come in?
That came at 10:18.
Okay. And your response is above that?
Correct.
Okay. And what time did you send that response?
10:20.
And what did you say?
I said he left towards the beginning of first, probably around 9:50.
What happens then?
Class continues, and I'm up towards the front of the room when I see some movement in my door. I catch a glimpse that it's him.
Is the door open or closed?
It's closed.
Okay. How are you able to see movement? Is there like a glass or
There's
something?
a glass window.
Okay. And so you see movement.
Mhm.
What do you do then?
I realized that it was him, so I immediately went to my computer to send an email saying he's at my door.
Okay. I want to show you Smart State Exhibit number. Who'd you send that email to?
Miss Martin.
Okay. Show Smart State Exhibit number 35. See if you recognize that.
Yes.
And what is that?
That's the email that I sent to Miss Martin saying he just came back to class.
Okay. And is it an accurate reflection of the email that you sent to Miss Martin?
It is.
This time I tender State Exhibit number 35 in the evidence.
No objection. All right. 35.
Post that. So what time did you send that email?
I sent that at 10:22.
When you send that email, what happens?
I sent the email and I guess immediately, Miss Martin came back on intercom and said he's at your door. And at that point, I'm walking towards my door and I said, yes. I got to my door and I saw that it was him and that he had a gun.
Describe how he was holding the gun.
I guess just across his body.
Okay. And what type of gun was it? I mean, I don't maybe know what type, but just.
It was a large gun, a rifle, I guess.
Okay. What did you do at that point?
I said, he's got a gun. I told the kids to get in the corner. I started pressing my strategics badge.
All right. Tell me about this strategics bag you're referring to.
All the teachers have a badge that, sorry.
It's fine. Take your time.
If you press it 3 times, admin and an officer and the nurse are coming. If you press it up to a certain amount of times, it shuts alerts to the police department and school, and sets off an alarm in school.
How many times do you think you pushed it?
Good amount. Couldn't tell you how many specifically.
Okay. When you push the button, what happens then?
All kids come in the corner. And there was a kid that was in front of the door that decided to drop where he was. So I crawled over and grabbed his hands. I reached up and flicked off the light. And I went back over to the kids in the corner.
Did he ever come into your room?
He did not.
Could you hear the gun being fired?
I could.
Okay. How many shots do you think you heard?
There's 2 sets. And it just sounded maybe 5 or 6.
Could you tell where they were coming from?
As in?
Where in the school they were coming from?
My hall, J Hall.
Okay. Is this what you're describing reflected in the security footage?
It is.
All right, this time I play States 21 from 37:53 to 41:45.
Is this part of what we discussed at the motions hearings on Friday?
No, Your Honor. Is this when you're emailing with Miss Martin?
Yes.
Is that Him in the door there.
It is.
Is this you sending the email?
Yes.
Is that you pushing the button there?
It is.
Is this what y'all are trained to do during a shooter drill?
Yes, sir.
Did a student from your class call 911?
It did.
Okay. And who was that girl's name?
Jaylene.
Okay. Have you heard that 911 call?
I have.
And is that Jaylene's voice on the call?
It is.
All right, this time I'll tender state exhibit number 36. One go.
No objection, Judge. All right, 36 is in
Your Honor, that this 36 is the business certification record, and 36, the call itself is on the hard drive. We're going to play a clip that is 5 minutes and 42 seconds long. 5 minutes 42 seconds long.
Mary County 911, what's the address to your emergency? There's a shooting at the Apalachee High School, please. What do we do? Please, he's sitting, okay? Okay. He's right outside the door. He's shooting. Oh my God. You hear where they're coming from? What did you say? Where are you? Where are you in the school? We're at Apalachee High School. Okay, where in the school are you? Listen, what's your name? Okay, stay on the phone with me, okay? We're getting lots of help on the way, but I want you staying on the phone with me. Where in the school are you? I'm in Colt. In the back. K-hole in the back. Is anybody in your room shot? Stay on the phone with me. If you have to put the phone down, put it down, but I want you on the phone with me. Do you understand? Yes, ma'am. It's okay. Okay, do you know what classroom number you're in? What classroom number? Yes, it's clear. I don't know the numbers. Do you know where the shooter is? I don't know if he was in a shooting there or the numbers. Who is the shooter? His name is Colt. I don't know his last name. Spell your name for me. J-A-R-Y-N. Okay, listen. I'm going to stay on the phone with you, okay? I'm staying on the phone with you and take a big deep breath with me. Okay, Jalen, my name is Terry, okay? I'm going to stay with you. Okay, I got you. Okay, how many people are in your room, Jalen? How many people are in the room? How many students are in the room? At least like 130. Okay, what's your last name, Jalen? Elira. Spell it for me. Elira. Okay, alright, I'm gonna stay on the phone with you, okay? Do you hear anything? No, I don't know where he was. I don't know where he is. Okay, is your door locked? I think so. Okay. Take a big deep breath for me. You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job, okay? Okay. You're doing great. You're doing a great job. I want you to let me know if you hear anything. Okay? All right. Is your door locked? Is there anything in front of your door? No, it's all the desk. No, there's nothing. Okay. Do you know what, you don't know what classroom you're in, like what classroom number? It is room 2.151. 2.151. Okay, is your teacher there with you? Yes. Okay. All right, what's your teacher's name? Miss Greer. Miss Greer? Okay, where is she at right now? Is everybody hiding? Yes. Okay. I got a whole lot of people coming and I got a whole lot of people there. But I'm staying on the phone with you, okay? I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm going to be right here with you. Okay. You're doing a great job. I want you to let me know if you hear anything at all. Okay. Do you know what Colt looks like? It was like dyed blonde hair. Dyed blonde hair? Glasses. Do you know what color shirt he's wearing? Did you see the gun or did you just hear the shots? I know a couple people about it and I heard the shots. You heard the shots? Yes. How many shots did you hear? More than 10? Okay. Right. Take a big deep breath. Big deep breath. I know you are very scared, but you're doing great. Okay, you're doing great. You're doing a really good job. How old are you? 14. You're 14? Okay.
How long did y'all stay in the room before the police arrived?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes. I'm not sure.
What happened after the police arrived?
Our door was unlocked by an SRO that came in. He asked us if there was anyone in the room that wasn't supposed to be there. I answered no. He closed the door, said he would be back. Came back to the room and told us to stand up and walk outside with our hands up.
And did you do that?
We did.
Where did y'all go?
We walked out of J Hall up the hill, I guess to like just a lawn area.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess once more classes started to come out, we walked towards the stadium.
Okay. Did y'all go to the football field?
We went to football field.
What was the scene like on the football field?
I just started helping make sure kids got into the bleachers, and then it became chaos pretty quickly with lots of families coming looking for their kids.
And how long were y'all out on the field?
Hours.
At some point, were you interviewed by law enforcement?
I was.
They asked you about the same type of questions I asked you?
Yes, sir.
Did you answer them about the same type way?
Yes, sir.
Just a second, please. No further questions. They may have some for you.
Cross.
Yes, John. Good afternoon, Ms. Greer. I just have a few questions. If I ask a question that doesn't make sense, please let me know and I'll rephrase it for you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it looked like from the video we watched that Colt Gray was sitting at a table or a group of tables where there were several other students.
Correct.
Kind of like, is it like a station?
Just-
What do you guys describe it as?
Just groups, how I had my class desk.
Okay. So is Is it fair to say there were about 4 desks that were pushed up against each other and there were 4 kids sitting at that station?
Correct.
And Colt Gray was one of them.
Mhm.
And then it appears that Colton Gray was one of the other students that was there as well.
Correct.
Okay. And going back to the day you mentioned in August, you said you walked Mr. Gray to the counselor.
I did.
In that type of situation, is that the policy for you to walk him to the counselor? Or is that what you're told to do?
We're trained that if a student appears suicidal or they're speaking in that manner, that we should walk them. So not necessarily if they say crisis counselor.
Okay.
But I just felt like he said crisis counselor and I didn't want him to walk alone.
So he said crisis counselor. He didn't mention suicide
No,
or anything
no.
like that. Okay. Thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
Any regret? No, Your Honor, I should be excused. All right. Thank you, ma'am. You approved it. State calls on this witness.
State calls Jason Wilkerson. Go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jason Wilkerson. I'm a lieutenant with the Bear County Sheriff's Office.
And what are you the lieutenant over?
Persons Crimes Unit, the ICAC Task Force, our Digital Forensics Lab, and K9.
How long have you been employed by the Bear County Sheriff's Office?
About 18 years.
And were you in that role as lieutenant over persons crimes in September of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to draw your attention to September 4th of 2024. Did you receive any notification that there was an active shooter at Apalachee High School?
Yeah, I had turned my radio down. I was going to make a phone call, and Lieutenant Roberts come running in the hall saying there was an active shooter at Apalachee.
And when you say Lieutenant Roberts came running down the hall, were you at the?
I was at the sheriff's office, yes, ma'am, our main office.
Okay. And is she the lieutenant over property crimes?
Over property crimes, yes, ma'am.
When she came running down the hall telling you that there was an active shooter, what did y'all do?
We ran outside, got in our cars, and drove down there and got there as quick as we could.
About how far away are y'all from Apalachee?
I don't know how many miles. I mean, we were in excess of 100 most of the way. It took about 4 or 5 minutes to get there.
Around what time did you arrive?
Right around 10:30, I believe.
What did you do when you arrived?
I got there, got out of the car, threw on my vest, and we went inside and started searching.
When you got there, who was already in the building?
The SROs, there's a few of them in there. There's a few that went in ahead of me. Who all was in there exactly, I don't know. It was just go inside and try to stop the threat.
When you went in, did you know that the shooter had been captured or if there were other shooters?
Didn't know that, and we thought there could have been a second shooter. So with our training, if you don't hear gunshots, you start searching. So as I came across classrooms that were unlocked, I'd go in by myself and make sure no one was in there. So
when you were searching, did you come across any injured individuals?
Yeah. So on the back hall, J hall, there's a student who got my attention. And that was Miss Irma's classroom. So I go in there to see what was going on. There was a female laying in the floor. There's a lot of blood. The student that helped her, he had done a really good job. He had held pressure. Her bleeding had stopped. And I knelt down to try to help her out. And her skin was pretty pale. It just kept getting paler. Her lips kept getting bluer, and she just said, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. And, you know, I'm not, I mean, it's outside the scope of my medical training. You know, it just her symptoms to me didn't make sense for what I've been trained in. And all I could really do, I had a tourniquet on me, but where her injury was at, you can't put a tourniquet there. The bleeding stopped. I mean, it was, but you know, she said she couldn't breathe. That just didn't make any sense. I didn't know what to do, and I just kept yelling for medics. And a few minutes later, some medics came in, and I got out of their way and left the room and went back out in the hallway and tried to help out where I could.
So with Miss Jeremy, you did everything you knew how to do and waited until EMS arrived.
Yeah. I mean, like I say, she was talking, so her airway wasn't obstructed. You know, she was breathing. It was late. She had difficult breathing. Said she couldn't breathe, but just for her symptoms, it was outside the scope of my training. I didn't know how to help her.
When EMS arrived and you kind of got out of their way so they could help her, did you become aware that she died that day?
No, I had thought they left with her. I thought she made it. I didn't know they put her in the room across the hall. Later, I did the walkthrough with the GBI crime scene, and we found this woman in this room. It was the break room. There's no bullet holes in her door. It didn't make any sense. Like, why is she in here? And I was under the impression Miss Irma had been transported. So I just couldn't put two and two together. And later, I did help place her in a body bag, and I did help the coroner remove her from the scene. And then at night, couldn't stop thinking about it. And next morning, called the fire chief, and that's when I found out that was actually Miss Irma.
I'm going to show you what's marked as Exhibit 41. Do you recognize that?
Yeah, that's Christine Irma.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to introduce in evidence State Exhibit 41, which is a school picture of Anna Christina Jeremy.
No objection. All right, 41's submitted.
Now they display it for the jury. And you indicated that as Miss Jeremy?
Yeah.
And was she one of the deceased at Apalachee that day?
Yes, ma'am.
So you indicated that you then, I guess, started clearing the school more. Can you tell the jury what you did after you left Miss Jeremy's room?
Went out in the hallway. There's a Hispanic juvenile female that had a gunshot wound to the shoulder. The injury was too high for a tourniquet, so another investigator held pressure and walked her out to the medics. Once the wounded was evacuated, we started evacuating some students. At this point in time, the suspect was still in custody. He was still laying on the floor in handcuffs. So I moved him to an empty classroom. I told the deputy to keep an eye on him, and I needed him interviewed. So I ran to go find investigator Jason Smith, found him in the cafeteria. And I said, hey, we got one in custody. I need you to interview him. And we go running back, and I put those two in a room together, and that's where investigator Smith conducted his interview.
Did you eventually find out where Colt lived?
Well, at the time, the deceased male in the floor of the hallway, I don't know if y'all have introduced everybody yet, but at the time it was unknown. Someone mentioned he was with the shooter and opened the door and asked the suspect if he was with him. He said no.
Judge, we're going to object any hearsay.
We'll move on, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
So I did ask the suspect where his address was, and then called over the radio to the media center to have deputies go to that address and secure it for a search warrant.
And as lieutenant over persons, were you in control of the investigation at that point?
Yeah, I supervised the Bexar County Sheriff's side of it. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who did you assign as the lead investigator from the Bexar County Sheriff's Office?
Jason Smith.
And did y'all call in the Georgia Bureau of Investigation for help as well?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, they were a big part of it.
Nothing further. He may have some questions for you though.
Okay.
No questions, sir.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Yours, I'm looking at you. Are you okay? You need a restroom break? Or you need to leave? All right, stay close, sir.
They call it Jeff Smith. Swear the testimony you give matter now pending before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
So help me God, yes.
You can have a seat. And if you could introduce yourself to the jury.
Sheriff Judge Smith.
And are you the sheriff of Bexar County, Georgia?
I am.
How long have you been the sheriff of Bexar County, Georgia?
I got elected in 2009.
And before that, what did you do?
I was a police officer at the Winder Police Department.
And how long have you been post-certified police officer?
25 years now.
I want to take your attention to the morning of September 4th, 2024. Where were you that morning?
I was at the my headquarters at 233 East Broad Street, where the sheriff's office and admin building's at. Yes.
Had y'all had something that morning with the Centegix system?
We did. So Centegix was implemented through the school system and through our public safety partners, the sheriff's office, the police department, and the fire department. A few months prior to that, and that morning at 7:30, we officially tested Centegix for its rollout, if you will, at 7:30 a.m. that morning.
Okay. What school was it tested from?
Bethlehem Elementary. Principal Mindy Reed is the one that tested it.
Okay. Did it go off okay?
It did.
Okay. I want to take your attention to around 10 o'clock. What were you doing?
I was in my office at East Broad Street. I was checking emails, normal stuff that I do in the morning times. At the time, there was a GBI agent, not in our region, that was there checking the files of a former employee of ours. And we were having a conversation, and they were trying to hire this former employee. And I jokingly told her, "You're wasting your time. I would clone this young lady if she would come back." We were talking and conversating back and forth, but just that was normal for me to be in and out of the office.
Okay. And what happened at that point?
I'm sitting at my desk. My cell phone is sitting beside me as where I have it plugged up at. And the first Centegix alert went off at around 10:15, around that time. Then a second one, then a third one, then a fourth one. My first instinct was that it was malfunctioning. Didn't know what was going on. Didn't realize what the situation was. And I said to myself, something must be going off with it. Then I started realizing it was Apalachee High School. It does give us an alert and location.
When y'all do the trainings, is it normally just one person pushes the button to start it?
Normally.
Y'all weren't ready for 20 people to push the button.
That's correct.
Okay. So you found out it's at Apalachee High School. What'd you do at that point?
I kind of thought it was odd to have that many at one time, that early. one of my majors, Major Todd Drews, whose office is right beside me, come running to my office and says, there's an active shooter at Apalachee. And I kind of, I said, there's no way. So I remember the GBI agent standing right there beside me, and I ran outside, put my vest on in the truck, and I don't really recall driving from 233 to Heyman Morris where Apalachee was at.
How far away is it?
I'd say 3 or 4 miles. My phone was ringing. I do remember turning down Heyman Morris Road, and there was a line of blue lights and red lights from as far as I could see. And when I turned in, Apalachee has a circle drive. And I remember going to the left. I don't recall ever hearing on the radio where the location was at.
Let me pull up the school map. Could you pull up states 3.1, which has already been tendered into evidence, Ron? Is that a map of the school?
Yes, it is.
Now, where you were, just talk about what you're talking about.
Okay, so where the Apalachee High School Bear County logo is, I pulled here.
I think you can touch the screen and it makes that like that.
Okay.
Players and stuff.
So I don't know if you're able to see me right here. I pulled right here behind a fire truck. And as I pulled up.
Actually, the touching's not working for some reason.
Sorry.
It's fine. There's a, should be a, someone stole it. Oh, there you go. Okay, you can use that. Thank you.
As I turned into the school, I parked right here. And there was a fire truck here. And at that point, there were several people pulling up. By the grace of God, when I pulled in there, I run across Tanner Good, who was the former SRO at that school. And I said, Tanner, where are we going? And he said, Jayhawk. Tanner had gotten his patrol rifle out. So he and I intercepted in the middle where the flagpole was at. And we started running that direction. And at that point, I couldn't hear anything. I don't remember or recall hearing anything of that, what the circumstances were. At that point in time, I intercepted Sergeant Schultz, and we had implemented what's called an RTF group, where our fire and EMS. 2 of the firemen jumped off the fire truck, which was Jeremy Thayer, who's our captain at the time. He is still with the fire department, and Sergeant Mixon. They got their helmets on, their vests on, and they grabbed their bags, and they started going in the building with us. As we entered the building, we run down this side here, and Jay Hall is here. That's where we entered. I remember specifically giving them orders because we didn't know if they start shooting out.
Who were you giving orders to?
To the deputies and the EMTs who were unarmed.
They were with you?
They were with me on our hip.
Okay.
I said, if they begin shooting out from inside the building out, do not shoot back in.
Okay.
That's how we're trained.
Do you know how many shooters are in the school?
We did not know at the time.
Okay. So what did you do at that point?
We entered the door. And when I entered the door, I observed who was later to be Colt Gray, handcuffed on the floor, and beside him was a rifle with several magazines laying beside him.
Okay. What else did you see?
Just beyond him was a person laying face down that I could tell was not moving. And obviously had injuries to that person. Battalion Chief Thayer and Sergeant Mixon went to them first. We were together. That person was later identified as Mason Skirmahorn.
I'm going to show you Smart State Exhibit number 42. Actually, you identify what that is.
That is a picture of Mason Skirmahorn in the parking lot.
On September 4th, 2024, was Mason Skirmahorn under the age of 18?
Yes, he was.
At this time, I'd like to post state exhibit number 42.
No objection. 42.
So Mason's, the medics tell you that Mason has passed away at that point? Okay, what do you do at this point?
So myself and several others that were in the room or in the hallway, Tanner Good, Sergeant Schultz, Lieutenant Wilkerson, several others were starting to intercept that area. I heard someone say, Deputy King and Sergeant Boyd had already taken Colt into custody. I heard someone say there may be a secondary shooter. We weren't sure at the time. So we began clearing that particular area of J Hall, K Hall, I Hall, and those that intercepted that hallway.
We have a map here, so you can show on that. Probably easier. It's kind of zoomed in, supporting of the map you were looking at already. And when you say clearing, what's your objective?
Our objective is to stop the killing and render aid, whatever that may be. Our job is to go in and intercept whoever's doing the damage and whoever's doing the killing at this point. That's our job at that point. So myself and several others were clearing the bathrooms to try to find out if other people were in the building.
All right. Show us about where you're talking about.
J Hall here. The bathroom is where we first started. Workroom and bathroom area right here. This is J right here. This is where we went and started clearing, and we started clearing each hallway as best we could. Then we started fanning out, and what we use is what's called a bubble technique, where the bubble expands like a balloon.
Okay, so instead of everybody just running down one hall, you're all kind of...
We're fanning out, yes.
Okay. Do you have any difficulties getting into the rooms?
Yes. Our teachers and our students and staff are trained that all the doors should be locked or closed and no access to those rooms.
Okay.
So it's very difficult. And at that time, during the chaos of what's going on, the teachers are trained, do not let us get in the room, even though they're asked to.
What did y'all do to overcome that?
We have keys that are able to let us in the doors after we are able to clear the building later on. So in essence, the teachers and the kids are left to their own defense till we can go to the next room and clear it and make sure that room is safe. That's the difficult part.
Once you've cleared for safety purposes, what's your next objective?
Our next objective is to secure what we have, secure the scene, and secure what we have at this point in time, and render aid in this case. And that's what we did. We started rendering aid with our RTFs.
Okay. What specifically did you do in the rendering aid part?
Obviously, there were numerous people there. I began checking the area, and I came across one of the victims in the hallway. She was laying on the floor. Myself and Captain Rob Curott with the Winder Police Department at the time began rendering aid to her.
You know what her name was?
I'm drawing a blank.
Tell me about her injuries. Did you see them?
Yes, and I'll think of it in a minute. I'm so sorry. She had extensive injuries to her. She was bleeding in a lot of different locations that I could see. She began talking to us, and I said, let's calm down for just a little bit. And Captain Curott and I were talking to her. And what we have in our RTF bags are what's called a drag bag. And in that drag bag, it's able for us to put a patient on that and take them out a whole lot easier and pull them out of a situation that's like this. We rolled her over, and I noticed that she had extensive injuries to her forearm and wrist. Devastating injuries. I remember later on I had a lot of blood on me from her injuries. I was trying to calm her down, and we got her on the bag, and we started taking her out of the school, out of J Hall where we entered, myself, Captain Curat.
Before you took her out and you're putting her on that drag bag, did she make any statements to you?
She said, "Do not cover me with that sheet. Don't cover my face." Please don't let me die. And I said, "We're not going to let that happen." And I remember asking her name, and she said, "Natalie." It's a beautiful girl. And she said, "Please don't cover me." I said, "We're not."
Did you do any sort of medical type procedure with her?
We did. So as we exited the building, Lieutenant Chad Norris had lined up about 4 or 5 ambulances right outside the door. And as we got her outside, I'm trying to calm her down. She's obviously very distraught. She's losing a lot of blood. I yelled for a tourniquet, and I didn't have one on me. And as we were lining up behind one of the ambulances, I yelled for a tourniquet, and Colonel Ham grabbed a tourniquet from one of the ambulances, and it was pink. I'll never forget it being pink. And I leaned down and I said, "Natalie, this is not going to feel good." She said, "What do you mean?" I said, "We have to put a tourniquet on you. You're bleeding pretty bad." And as I put the tourniquet up her arm, and Captain Curat did, I said, "We got to go higher." And we got it up to her shoulder. And I said, "This is not going to feel good, baby girl." And I grabbed her hair off of her face, and I said, "Just hold on for just a second." He tourniqueted it down, and she screamed extremely loud. And I said, "It's going to hurt, but we have to do this." We got that tourniqueted on, and at that point, she calmed down a little bit. I told her she's going to be okay. I said, "The next time I see you, we're going to talk." We loaded her in the back of an ambulance with another patient. Then I ran back in the building.
When you were taking Natalie out, was Colt Gray still in the hallway?
He was.
And did Natalie see him?
She did.
Did she make any statements to him?
She cursed him and called him some curse words pretty loudly.
So Natalie is left in the ambulance. You go back inside. What do you see then?
I began assessing the situation as best I could to try to locate. We had many RTF teams in there at that point, rendering aid to people. I walked just beyond the bathroom, and there was a copy room, if you will. And there was a victim that ended up being Miss Irmy in that room that was deceased. I walked down to the left, down, I believe it was K Hall or I Hall. Don't recall which hall it was, but I walked down and I located Coach A.
By Coach A, who do you mean?
Coach Aspinall, I'm sorry. Coach Aspinwall, we called him Coach A. Leaned down to try to find a pulse because I didn't know if RTF had found him, and he did not have a pulse. I then walked back down the hall. They were rendering aid to Coach Phoenix in an ambulance at that point. They had gotten him out. He was at the classroom beside where Coach Aspinwall was at. I went back down the hall and located the room where Colt had initially shot Natalie and the rest of the victims, and where Christian was laying. And Christian was deceased as well.
Was Christian also on September 4th, 2024 under the age of 18?
Yes, he was.
Okay. What did y'all do at that point?
We made the decision to try to evacuate the building as best as possible to get the remaining students and the teachers out of the classrooms as best we could. It was a very difficult decision. Probably one of the decisions that I regret is walking the kids and the students and the staff through that hallway. But I wanted to get them out of the building as quickly as I could and not have them in those classrooms where we had them locked in until we could get it cleared.
What was your regret about it?
We had to walk the kids to the crime scene. A lot of kids had to see things that I don't think children of that age should see. Teachers did not need to see that. But we had to get them out. I wanted to get them out of that building as quickly as possible.
And where did y'all take them?
We escorted them out of the building to the football field, where we did the unification with the parents and the staff as best we could.
When did parents start arriving?
Almost immediately.
Were there parents there when you arrived?
There might have been one or two there that had gotten there because the phones start going off pretty quickly. Parents start getting notifications that the school's locked down. When I exited J Hall after all that was done, I walked back out to the area where we had the EOC, which was where I parked at the flagpole. At the time, Chief Schumann was the fire chief. I saw him walking towards me, and I just stopped. I was overwhelmed at what I saw, the people and the parents and the cars and the emergency response. Just completely overwhelming. He said, "Stop, don't walk anymore. Let me walk to you." And he hugged me and said, "Are you okay?" And he noticed I had a lot of blood on me, and I said, "I'm fine." But we talked, and that's when I noticed that thousands of parents and people were showing up at one time, and we were trying to decide how we were going to manage through the school system, getting parents and kids and loved ones together.
Okay. Tell me about the law enforcement response.
It was quite overwhelming. There was over 140, 150 law enforcement officers that responded, agencies from all across North Georgia, federal agencies that showed up, state agencies that showed up. And that's just well over 150 just in the first hour.
Did you request assistance from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation on this case?
I did. I felt that I could get, they could assist us in what we were going to deal with as far as the size of the crime scene and the timing. And so I called Director Hosey, the director of the GBI, and I asked him to show up. And he said, "I'll be there within the hour." And he provided unlimited resources.
Okay. Was at some point after you finished doing what you're doing, did you retreat to, I guess what's best called a command center? Where was that located at?
We decided to put the command center in the library, in the center of the school. We had a lot of Wi-Fi there, and we could separate everyone out with patrol or law enforcement, EMS, fire, and we could have GEMA, EMA directors and folks like that. So we made that decision to have it inside the school instead of outside the school.
Okay. While you were in this command center, did you start getting tips or calls about possible other shooters?
We did. My phone was obviously going berserk. We began getting calls that there were other shooters at other schools. As we said, we thought there was a secondary shooter in the school. I happened to pick up my phone, and it was my daughter, who was at the other high school, Winderberry. And she said, "Daddy, are we okay?" I said, "Your SROs are there with you, and you're okay." And she said, "Daddy, we're locked down, and they're telling us there's another shooter here." You know, as a dad, you're supposed to protect your children, and I couldn't do anything. But I told her that the deputies were there. I turned over and I said to the Georgia State Patrol major, and I said, "Do me a favor and send some troopers over to the high schools." And they did. And they secured that for us as well. And I had multiple agencies coming up, and I said, let's dispatch to other schools because we're getting these other calls. So by the grace of God, those 150 law enforcement officers were able to be dispatched to other schools and ensure safety for those kids and those staff members and those parents when they got their kids.
And were some of those officers dispatched also Bexar County Sheriff's Office employees?
They were.
And then Brandon Bazinet and I'm drawing a blank on his first name, Deputy Townsend, did they work for you at the time?
They did.
Okay. At some point, did y'all become aware of a home address for Colt Gray?
We did. After doing some research, we did.
And did you send deputies to secure that location?
As immediately as we could, yes.
Okay. At some point, when you're unifying with the parents with the children, did you have a task to do at that point?
So we knew that we had 4 people brutally murdered. And I had to sit down and doing this 25 years, probably the most difficult thing I've ever had to do is tell 2 sets of families that their babies were murdered.
Did you do that personally?
I did. We set up an area with their families, and I met with Christian's family first. I recruited a couple of school personnel because there was a language barrier between myself and Christian's family. And I had to tell them that Christian's life was taken. And all I could do is sit there with him and pray with him and tell him I'm sorry. And then I had to meet with Mason's family and tell them the same thing. And then I had to meet with Miss Eramy's husband and tell him that his wife was murdered. I wasn't able to meet with Coach Aspinwall's wife. She was not on site. That was done off site. I later talked to her and talked to some family members.
The residence that you sent those deputies to secure, was that in Bexar County?
It was, yes.
Just a second, please. No further questions. Thank you.
Is there any cross?
No cross, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. go ahead and take a 10 to 15-minute restroom break. I'll discuss the case. Be in recess.
Court is on a short break. Don't go anywhere. The action will be right back on at Southern Sin.
I guess you know what comes across my mind. Murder. Just murder, murder.
A lot of ladies think he's attractive. Very nice, very well spoken.
This is what I do with women, you know? I use my charm, use my good looks. I'm like a lion. You're the prey, I can sense it.
I stand here today to announce the indictment of Wade Wilson for the murders of Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz.
Both of them had been strangled. The last person that they encountered was Mr. Wade Wilson.
He said he got back in the car and ran her over until she looked like spaghetti.
I choked her out so she couldn't breathe anymore. I was on a rampage at this point.
He's still pulling the strings from a jail cell. He's got an army of wives. That's all he's ever wanted.
To advocate for someone because you think he's handsome.
A rage overcomes me. Just kill, kill, kill. When I get that way, I become the devil.
I'm gonna be honest with you, son. Everybody in the state thinks you're a monster.
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
The Corey Richins murder trial is getting underway. Today, jury selection started at 8 this morning, wrapped up at 5 p.m. this evening. She is the Camas woman accused of poisoning her husband with a fentanyl-laced cocktail, then writing a children's book about grief. She's pleaded not guilty in the case. Prosecutors and lawyers for Richins are now working with the judge to interview hundreds of people, potential jurors, with the goal of selecting 8 jurors and 4 alternates who will ultimately decide her fate.
Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.
Is this Mr. Lloyd, Markeith Lloyd? All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and begin these first appearances. Sir, you're here for the charge of murder of a...
There ain't no Markeith Lloyd. Who are you?
All right, you're here for murder of a law enforcement officer, attempted murder of a law enforcement officer, carjacking with a firearm, aggravated assault.
May I have your name, please?
Is this...
Markeith Lloyd was captured, wanted for the murder of his pregnant girlfriend.
For real, you're not about to kill me and the baby. This man, he has to be stopped.
See, they just stopped.
But no, you need a greater force than that. I'm not going to live past 25.
Most wanted man in Florida is waking up in a hospital this morning. Police captured Markeith Lloyd Tuesday night in Orlando.
Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today for more exclusive crime episodes.
Colin, please. State your last name, please.
State Club Daniel Catapano. All right, I'll have you go ahead and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending before the court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, now if you can start by introducing yourself, I'm going to have you spell your last name for the court reporter.
My name is Daniel Catapano, Catapano.
And where are you currently employed?
The Barrow County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been at Barrow County?
This will be my 7th year.
Okay. And what's your role there?
I'm a patrol deputy and a field training officer.
What shift do you typically work there?
The D shift, which is 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
And were you working for the Barrow County Sheriff's Office on September 4th of 2024?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you post-certified?
I am.
And were you post-certified on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you on that morning respond to Apalachee High School in response to an active shooter?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us a little bit about what your role was in the investigation once you arrived at the school.
So we got there fast as we could, obviously. Upon arrival, ran to the school, started clearing rooms and rendering aid when we could.
Okay. And what area of the school were you working on when you were there?
I went everywhere in the school.
Okay.
Just kind of ran around.
All right. Chaotic scene.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to kind of shift you to sort of a different front. After the dust had settled and you kind of found out about the victims in this case, did you realize that you were personally acquainted with one of the victims?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us who that was.
Ricky Aspinwall.
And tell us about how you knew. Is that Richard Aspinwall?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell us about how you knew him.
He was my football coach, my track and field coach throughout high school at Mountain View High School in Gwinnett County.
And what year did you graduate there?
2016.
And is that where he worked before he worked at Apalachee High School?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And the capacity as a teacher and a coach?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so you pretty much know him throughout your high school career?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 40, and this has previously been shown to the defense attorney. Can you identify the individual in that picture?
Yes, ma'am. Richard Aspinwall.
And Judge, at this time, we would ask to tender State's Exhibit 40 and publish it to the jury.
No, good. All right. 40's
And is the individual in that picture Richard Aspinwall, who you knew as Ricky Aspinwall?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions. The defense may have some questions for you.
Good afternoon.
Sir.
Just got a couple of questions for you. I understand you are in charge of keeping the logbook.
Crime scene log.
I'm sorry?
The crime scene log.
Crime scene
Yes,
log. And tell us what you do to keep a crime scene log. What are you looking for?
So you, basically it's a form that shows who came in and out of the scene, the time, the date they left the scene.
Okay. So you kept all of the times that people came and left.
Yes.
Did you do any collection of any of the evidence at all?
No, sir.
Okay. So that was done by someone else.
Correct.
And I think you indicated that you initially got the call from someone else.
Correct.
Do you recall the time that you got that call?
I do not.
When you arrived, I think in the report you indicated you may have been the third or fourth car there.
Yes, sir.
So when you entered into the school, did you see Mr. Gray at all?
No, sir.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you very much.
Can you redirect me some cross?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
State calls Cassandra Ryan. you raise your right hand, please? Swear the testimony given in the matter now pending before this court be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay. If you could introduce yourself to the jury, please.
My name's Cassandra Ryan, but I go by Cassie.
Okay. And Ms. Ryan, what do you do?
I'm a teacher at Apalachee High School.
Okay. And how long have you been a teacher at Apalachee High School?
This is my 4th year there.
Were you a teacher there in September of 2024?
Yes.
Now I want to take your attention specifically to that year. What did you have like a specific assignment of what you're supposed to do before school starts?
Yes, I had, we call it front loop duty, but basically we're just waving the students in the morning during their drop off.
Okay. And is that the bus entrance or the car rider entrance?
Car rider.
Okay. And then at first period, what do you do? Do you have a job then?
That was my first period planning, and I had a teacher that pushed into my classroom. So I just planned while he taught his class.
Okay. There's a map next to you. It's a kind of a partial map. Could you show the jury where, there should be like a little pointer.
This is, okay.
That's official. If you could show them what classroom you were in for first period. Okay. Is that the classroom you stayed in throughout the day?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not teaching this first period class?
I'm not.
Who is teaching that class?
Mr. I can't remember.
That's
his
okay.
name.
That's okay. So first period, you're not teaching.
No.
Okay. What about second period?
Yes.
Okay. What course are you teaching?
Algebra 1.
Okay. And is it in that same classroom?
Yes.
Okay. Is there another teacher in the room with you for second period?
Yes, Coach Edwards.
Okay. And why is Coach Edwards also in the class with you for that class?
It's a co-taught classroom. So there's one teacher in there that is the math certified teacher. That would be me. And then there is a special education certified teacher in the classroom because the roster has a significant amount of students that have specific learning disabilities that can range.
So Mr. Edwards would help those students out while you're teaching the entire class?
Yeah, he's in there to support them through the learning, mainly during like independent work.
Okay, thank you. So you showed the class that you have. Who's in the class next to you?
To the left or right?
As you're facing out of your door to your left.
Miss Greer.
And do you know Miss Greer?
I do.
Okay, how do you know her?
We started teaching together and we became friends as well.
Okay. Now, I want to take your attention to September 4th of that day. What were you doing when students came into your classroom?
I was standing at the front of the door because we had a new seating arrangement. We do that when we change units. And so we were going into unit 2. So we change up the seating arrangements for the students.
So the kids have assigned seating?
They do.
Okay. And on that particular morning, you had changed the assigned seating?
Correct.
Okay. And how do you record this?
I made like a chart in Canva of the layout of my classroom and all of my desks were numbered. And then I use the roster of my students and I list the seat number on that roster of each student.
Okay. I'm going to show you a Smart State Exhibit number 67. Ask you to recognize what this is.
That's the roster that I used for various things, but there was the seating numbers on this as well.
Okay. So are you using that to check when they come in and also telling them where to sit?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you. Again, does that accurately reflect the seating chart you had that day?
Yes.
This time on Interstate Exhibit number 67 in evidence.
No, 67 submitted.
It shows Mark State Exhibit number 37. So the numbers on the left are the seating numbers or the ones on the right?
The numbers on the right.
That would be correspond to a seat in your.
Yes.
Okay. Shows Mark State Exhibit number 37. Ask you to recognize what that is.
This is a roster of my classroom.
Okay. And were those the kids that were present in your classroom that day? September 4th, 2024.
Yes.
Okay. And were all of those students on that day under the age of 18?
Yes.
Was Stephen Edwards also in your room on September 4th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, tender State Exhibit number 37 into evidence this time.
No objection. 37 is moved.
Now I'm going to show you what's marked as State Exhibit number 38. Actually, what that is.
This is the seating chart layout that I created of my classroom.
Has names been added to the numbers?
Correct. Yes.
And are those names added to the numbers accurate as to where the children were assigned to be seated that day?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I tender State Exhibit number 38 into evidence.
No objection.
So as we're looking at 38 on the screen, if you could identify first where the front door is.
Like the point?
Yeah, that you can use the pointer
Is that-
behind you.
Oh, okay.
We used to have it where you could touch the screen, but that seems more difficult. So the pointer would probably be better.
This is the door
Okay. And where would you generally be teaching from?
up here.
Okay. And where would Mr. Edwards be?
He wandered around the room,
Mm-hmm.
but this was his desk here.
Okay. Is the other desk your desk?
Yeah, like this is my desk, or that was my desk. This was his desk.
Okay. And he just wandered to whichever child needed his help at the time?
Yes.
Okay.
Just kind of observed.
Did you, when the kids came into the classroom after you've assigned them their seat, do you do anything else with them as they're coming in?
We do a warm up, and so that is on the board for them to get their materials out to get started on the warm up while everyone's coming in.
Okay. And at some point, did y'all start class?
Yeah.
Okay. And what class again do you teach?
Algebra 1.
Algebra 1. Okay. How about was the class going that day? What's the structure of the class?
So we begin with a warm up, and then we kind of structure into the beginning part of our lesson. And I set timers on the board for students to be able to know like how much time they have for each specific part of our lesson. And then we would do about a 30-minute lesson and then go into like an independent practice time.
What's independent practice time?
Where they work on problems on their own. But this particular day, it was structured slightly different. So they had like 10-minute intervals where we were working through kind of difficult problems. The beginning of a unit is always typically the hardest because it's the first time they're seeing the material. And so the goal was to work through like chunking pieces of the material.
And when they're doing this individually?
No, they're able, so the reason why the groups are together is they're able to work with the people around them.
Okay. What are you doing while they're working on these things?
Typically when they're independently working, I'm circling the room just to kind of see where they're at, maintain behaviors, making sure they're staying on task, and helping any students that need help.
And is Mr. Edwards doing basically the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about restroom breaks.
Okay.
How does that work?
So you can see next to the door, there's a thing that says sign out.
Okay. In the bottom left corner?
Yes. That is where there was a chart where the students sign in and out to go to the restroom. But after the warm up, students are able to ask to go. And typically Mr. Edwards would be the one, addressing who was going to the restroom, and they knew what order they were in. So once that person came back.
I was about to say, is it only one at a time out of the class?
Correct. And so they have to sign their name, where they were going, and the time that they left. And there was a pass that they would take when they left the room.
Okay. Is there any sort of procedure about what to do with the door?
When they left the room, typically the goal is to have them shut the door. So at Apalachee, we have a shut door policy. So, and the lock door. So when we open our doors in the morning, we're careful not to twist it to where it's able to be like opened from the outside.
Okay. So when they came back, how would they get back in?
Someone would have to let them back into the room.
Okay. Now, at some point during that morning class at September 4th, did something happen that was out of the ordinary?
Yes.
Tell me what you first noticed.
At 10:30ish.
Sure.
Okay. So I had just started, one of the timers had gone off. I don't quite remember where we were in the lesson. But I remember like hearing a loud like hit or something, and looking over. And
Looking over where?
Toward the door.
Is that where the sound came from?
Yes.
Okay. What did you see?
I don't recall exactly what I saw, but I knew that I saw something that made me jump to the floor.
So it was something disturbing.
What?
Was it something disturbing that you saw?
Yes.
Was it a person that you saw?
Yes.
Okay. What about this person was disturbing to you?
He was holding a weapon.
Do you remember what this person looked like?
I don't.
I'm sure you're not a gun aficionado. Maybe you are, but can you describe the weapon you're referring to?
It just was a long gun. The only thing I remember about the person is that he had like unnatural bleached hair. But that's all I could see.
Had you ever seen this person before?
No.
Okay. When you hit the floor, first off, on the thing about where were you on that chart?
I was at the board in between this first L.
So kind of in the middle of that L.
I was speaking to Tyler at seat 21.
And did you dive somewhere or did you just drop to the floor where you were?
I dropped to the floor where I was, and I remember being faced towards the door and coming up in front of a bunch of book bags.
And what happened at that point?
So at that point, there was gunfire that started happening. And I could feel like debris and bullets going over my head.
What was happening inside the room?
Inside the room?
What were the other students doing?
The students began to duck down. A lot of desks were moving around. And it was hard to hear because once the gunshots started happening, it kind of messed my hearing to where it just, all you heard was like ringing for a little bit.
How many gunshots do you think you heard?
A lot.
Okay. And was it like a few and then a break and then a few and then a break, or was it?
No, it was like a rapid, the whole thing.
Were you able to see anything in reference to the shooter during this time?
No.
Okay. How long did the shooting last?
Seconds. It didn't feel like seconds, but it was seconds.
Okay. When you look up, was the shooter still in the room?
No.
Do you know how far he came into the room?
I think he just stepped 1 foot in.
Once he left, was the door open or shut?
Once he left, I remember starting to get up and I saw the door closing and Ronaldo was throwing chairs toward the door.
Okay. Tell me about what happened at that point. What's going on inside the room?
So I remember seeing Ronaldo throw the chairs and then dart to the corner of the room. When I stood up, I was starting to walk toward the door, and then I heard Natalie say, Mr. Hine had been shot. And when I looked at her and I looked down, I could see the pool of blood, and I could see her wound.
Was that Natalie Griffith?
Yes,
Okay. What wound did you see? Where was it?
it was on her wrist, up right above her wrist. I could see the bone exposed.
How was she? Was she conscious?
She was, yeah.
Okay. And was she saying anything or doing anything?
She just kept repeating that she had been shot. And so I grabbed her and laid her on the ground. And then I grabbed a nearby hoodie and wrapped it around her wrist to try to help the bleeding. And then I heard Melanie say that she had also been shot.
Is that Melanie Delira Castaneda?
Correct.
Okay. Am I pronouncing that name right? Is it Delira?
I think it's Castaneda.
Okay. And did you see her wounds?
I could see that she had been shot through the shoulder, and I saw the blood there, but I couldn't see the actual flesh of the wound.
Okay. And how was she?
She was very quiet. I think she was scared, but I've known Melanie for a little while before, and so she does have a very calm demeanor, and so she was very calm and quiet, and just grasping her shoulder.
Did she appear to be in pain?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you notice any wounds to Nautica Walton?
I did. So once I had laid Natalie down and I put Melanie next to Natalie, there was a group of girls that were already in the corner. And one of them, Hayden, had asked if we should move the smartboard in front of the door. And at that point, I was trying to assess what was happening. And so I then saw Nautica on the ground, and she was quite frantic and grasping at the back of her leg. I couldn't see her wound or any blood, but she was in severe pain.
And did you see Taylor Jones?
I did not see Taylor Jones.
Were you aware of any injuries to Jackson Beaver or Ronaldo Vega?
I was aware that Ronaldo, after the police had come in, he had said something that he was also injured. And then when we had gotten out of the room and up to the top of the hill, Jackson had said that he asked me to look at the back of his leg, and he did have something lodged into the back of his leg.
Did you see Christian Angulo in the room?
Mm-hmm.
Where was he located at?
He was in front of the door. And he was on the ground.
What could you tell if he was alive or not?
He was alive. And Coach Edwards said that we needed to make a barricade around him after everything, all the shots had fired. And so they stacked desk around because he didn't want to move him. And while I was helping Natalie and Melanie and Nautica in the corner, there was a moment where me and Coach Edwards had looked at each other and said that they needed to come because it wasn't good. And when they came finally, they had pronounced him dead while we were here.
It shows Mark Stacy at number 39.
Yes, that's Christian.
Is that an accurate representation of Christian Angulo? You're on Interstate Exhibit number 39 in the evidence.
Yeah, okay. 39.
Could you tell where he had been injured at?
I didn't get close enough to him to see where he had been shot.
How long did y'all stay in that room before the police came?
It was quite a bit of time. I would say probably 20 minutes.
Okay. How did they get in the room, the police?
They had a key. Then they had to push through all of the stuff that they had piled up at the door.
Y'all had barricaded stuff in front of the door.
Ronaldo did.
What did they do when they came in first?
They had their weapons drawn and were telling everyone to put their hands up. But I had stood up out of the corner and walked in front of the middle of the room and said, "No, we need help."
Okay. And did medical personnel start coming into the room?
They did not. So I had started to tell them where everyone that I knew was hurt. And they had, at the beginning, asked me to help carry Natalie because there was only a few of them. And then more ended up coming into the room.
Okay. So they took Natalie out?
I didn't see them take Natalie out. So when they came in the room, they flipped the lights on. And that's when the students had noticed Christian on the floor. And they knew he wasn't with us anymore. And so the students began to get really upset. And they had pronounced him dead, but we had to walk by him out the door.
Because he was right in front of the door?
Yeah, and Martin started holding Brittany's face and telling her she could do it. And I had to grab Hayden and tell her that it was going to be okay just to get them out the door.
Where were they going?
They were exiting us up towards the right, up the top of the hill after you leave J Hill.
Okay. Did you stay at the top of the hill very long?
No, or I don't know. We were the first ones up on the top of the hill.
So y'all were like the first students evacuated?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did other students start coming out from other classrooms?
They did.
Did y'all stay on the hill or did they move you somewhere else?
They started ushering us towards the football field.
And what happened when you got to the football field?
I started ushering students to the football field and waving my hands. And I came across two students that I had taught before. And they came up and hugged me. And they said, "Miss Ryan, why do you have blood on your hands?" And that's when I noticed that I had blood on my hands. And so I just hid my hands because I didn't know where to go wash them yet. And we got up to the top of the hill. And I can't really remember what they were wanting us to do, but we just got all the students to the middle of the football field.
At some point, did you realize that one of your students was missing?
Yes, a student approached me and asked me where Mason was. That they had looked online and saw that he was in my classroom. And so I began helping them look for him. And at one point I came across Miss Schumerhorn.
Mason's mother?
Yes.
Okay.
And we began looking for Mason, and Miss Lee, which was his advisor, came and helped start looking for him. And we were thinking that maybe he heard what happened and had ran.
Why did you think that?
Because he had done that before. Not in high school, but in his earlier education.
Does he have a learning disability?
He does.
Okay. How long did y'all look for Mason?
Hours.
It shows March State City number 68. As you recognize this.
That's my sign in and out sheet.
Is that the piece of paper you said was on the board where kids would sign out to the bathroom?
Mhm.
Who was the last? Does it accurately reflect the sign-out sheets you had in your room that day?
It does.
All right, attenders take exhibit number 68 in evidence.
No objection. All right, 68.
And who signed out last?
Mason.
Thank you.
No questions, John. Thank you, ma'am. You can come in. Folks, do you know why the other money's there?
You said what?
Do you know why that's there?
Yes, when they get up and point to the board.
All right, state calls next witness.
State calls Jacqueline Garcia.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Can you, if you'll speak into the microphone and introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Jacqueline Garcia.
And what do you do?
I am a police officer for Auburn Police Department.
How many children do you have?
I have 4.
And can you tell us their names and ages?
Madeline, she's 18. Melanie, she's 16. Jaylene is 15, and Anthony is 8.
And for the 2024 school year, where were they all in school?
Madeline, Melanie, and Jaylene were at Apalachee High School, and Anthony was at Yargo Elementary.
And as far as your 3 that were at Apalachee High School, what grades were they in?
Maddie was in 12th grade, and Melanie and Jaylene were in 9th grade.
And is Fort Yargo Elementary also close to Apalachee?
Yargo Elementary is right next door.
Back in September of 2024, were you in law enforcement then?
I was just starting.
Okay. Prior to going into law enforcement, what were you doing?
I was a teacher at Cadence Academy across the street from Apalachee High School.
Okay. And I'm going to pull up State's Exhibit 3.2, which is an overview of the school.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 3.3. Can you tell the jury on there where Cadence Academy is in comparison to where the high school is?
So it is
And
right
there
across.
should be a pointer over there.
Oh.
And so that was Cadence.
That's Cadence Academy.
All right. And is, if you will then, that circle, is that where the entrance to Apalachee is?
This is the entrance, and this is the side entrance to the parking lot.
Thank you. So on September 4th of 2024, were you working at Cadence Academy?
I was.
And I think since you started law enforcement shortly after that, was this one of your last weeks there?
Yes, I had just put in my 2 weeks notice.
Were all of your children at school on September 4th?
Yes, they were.
For Melanie, who was her second period teacher?
Coach Ryan.
And who was Jaylene's second period teacher?
Miss Greer.
We heard a 911 call earlier from a Jaylene. Was that your daughter who called 911?
Yes.
While you were working that day, did you become aware that something was happening at Apalachee?
Yes, I was.
How'd you become aware of that?
My assistant director that day was, I guess they were going on lockdown, and she was coming around the classrooms to tell everybody that we needed to get all the children inside of the rooms because we had kids on the playground. And then she told me that something seemed to be happening at Apalachee High School about somebody possibly bringing a gun.
When she told you that, what did you do?
I was about to go on lunch, and so I knew that there were previous fights at the school. So I assumed that maybe just there was a fight and somebody brought a gun. So I was about to go on lunch, excuse me. So I was gonna check once I left.
And what did you do after that?
I ended up leaving to go to lunch, and I saw there was my previous lieutenant who was directing traffic right in front of Cadence. And I saw a lot of police officers. And so that got me really worried. And I ran towards the road to my previous lieutenant to ask him what was going on.
And tell me what you mean by previous lieutenant.
He was my lieutenant at Statham Police Department.
So prior to working for Auburn Police Department, did you first work for Statham Police Department?
Yes, I did.
So I assume at this point he wasn't your lieutenant, but you already knew him because you were in the
Correct.
process.
I was in the process.
What did you do when you went and talked to him?
I ran and I asked him because, again, he's from Statham and he's over here in Barrow County's district. So I was kind of confused. So that worried me a bit to see him there because he's from the city of Statham. So when I asked him what was going on, he said there was an active shooter, but he was contained.
At that point, what did you do?
At that point, I called my husband, I think, and then I started calling my girls. But in my mind, I was thinking, well, I just found out about it a couple minutes ago. So how much damage could have been done? He's contained. Everything's fine. My girls are okay. The school's big enough. What odds would it be that one of my children could be hurt?
And were you one of the first parents to arrive?
Yes.
As you're there, are more parents arriving?
Yes. As I am there, there was actually one parent there first. But parents just started coming and coming and coming within seconds. Well, it felt like seconds, but more and more parents started to show up.
What were they doing when they showed up?
They were all trying to get past the officer to get into, I guess, the school to find their children. A lot of parents were upset. Parents were crying. Parents were yelling. I mean, it was getting kind of out of control.
And your lieutenant, was he the one who was trying to prevent everyone from going into the school?
No, so Lieutenant Hood had moved from that area, and Officer Arango, who was at that time working for Statham, he was trying to control the parents. So I tried to help him because I worked with parents. I felt like everything was okay. I was trying to help all the parents calm down and just to try to get everybody situated so we can, let them do their job.
While you were there and trying to help kind of calm everyone down, were you able to speak with any of your children?
So I got a text message from Maddie, my oldest, and she told me there was a school shooting, that there was a shooter in the school, and that it was a 9th grader, and to try to find her sisters because they're in 9th grade. So I couldn't get in contact with Jaylene or Melanie. So I called their dad, and I asked, I was telling him to call the girls. Excuse me. I was telling him to call the girls because I couldn't get in contact. So he finally told me Jaylene answered the phone. So I accounted for Maddie. He accounted for Jaylene. He said she was on the phone with 911. That's why she couldn't answer. But I couldn't get in contact. I couldn't get in contact with Melanie.
While you were there, did you become aware that Melanie was one of the injured children?
Yes. So finally, as I am there just standing, I get a phone call and I see it's Melanie. So I immediately felt a relief because I'm like, okay. I'm like, she's calling me. So I answer and she's crying hysterically. And she's crying, so I'm thinking, I'm like, she's alive, she's okay. So I start telling her, you're okay, baby. I'm like, you're fine. I'm like, everything's fine. I'm like, you're okay. And she immediately tells me, no, mommy, I was shot. She said, I'm shot. And it kind of just blurred a bit after that.
Were you able to, once you found that out, were you able to go try to find her?
I tried to get through Officer Arango, but he wasn't allowing me. I just kind of remember a little bit trying to go past him, but he wasn't allowing me. I think he was apologizing, but I just was kind of yelling and trying to push him out of the way to try to go and find her. And I saw my Lieutenant Hood, and I remember just yelling. I just remember I was yelling Lieutenant Hood's name, and I don't recall what I said, but I know he ran towards me and grabbed me by the hand and started running. And I think I yelled him that my daughter was shot. And he grabbed me by the hand, and then we ran towards where all the ambulances were to see if I could find her.
At that time, were you able to find her in one of the ambulances?
No, I wasn't able to. A lot of law enforcement were, just telling me to just hold on. They were going to find her. I think somebody from the Board of Education, I don't remember. They were taking her name, and they said they were going to go out and look for her, like they were going to try to find her. So I just stood there waiting until she called me.
When she called you, was she able to tell you where she was headed?
Yes, so she called me and she told me she was already in the ambulance and that they were going to go to Northside Gwinnett.
After that, did you go and locate your other children?
After that, I was trying to make phone calls to let everybody know what was going on. So I was running through the parking lot back and forth because I was trying to get my son. I was trying to get to my son and make sure he was okay. So I was running in the parking lot, just back and forth. I didn't know where to go. So I called his school and they said they would keep him. So then my brother was going to go get my girls, but I remember that he wasn't going to be able to get them. So from the front of the school, I ran all the way to the back to the field to go look for Maddie and Jaylene.
And by field, you mean the football field?
The football field.
Tell me what it was like on the football field, who all was there and what was happening.
So when I got to the entrance, I feel like I was just telling everybody that I needed to find my girls, a lot of the officers, and I needed to find my girls, and they were just directing me to the field. And finally, when I got to the front, I had to explain that my other daughter was shot and I needed to get my girls because they were not letting students leave at that time. So finally, an officer let me go in, and I ran, and I've been so involved with my girls' school that I knew a lot of the students. And I saw a lot of the students that I knew, and they were crying, and they were trying to hug me, and they were, super scared. And I kept trying to tell them that it was okay, that they were safe. And it was just full of students. I mean, everywhere I looked, there were students just super upset, super scared. And I had to just keep going to see if I could find my girls.
Had other parents been let on the football field yet?
I don't recall.
And were you able to find your children?
Yes. So I was able to find my brother, who was already with my girls.
So you mentioned that there was Officer Arango who was present at basically the entrance to the school where you originally went.
Yes.
Did he have a body camera on at the time that you were there?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to watch that body cam?
Yes.
And is it a fair and accurate recording of what happened when you ran across the street from Cadence up until the point that you left to go find Melanie?
Yes.
And Your Honor, Stacey said at 69 is the clip of the body camera from Officer Arango that Ms. Garcia has viewed and has identified its authenticity. So at this time, we would ask that it be introduced into evidence.
No objection. All right, 69.
Your Honor, at this time, we are going to publish that. I believe it is about a 10-minute clip.
Is this all the portion where she's with Officer Arango?
This is the portion where she is present, and you can't see her the entire time, but she is there walking around and present for it. And then we end the clip when she leaves. And is that you there?
Yes.
No, go over there. Sorry, sir, the school's on lockdown. What? Yes, you are shooting? Yeah, just stay over there, sir. Oh, man, I didn't see my kid. Sir, please. Make sure. Sir, I understand. Man, I didn't see my kids all right. We're going to go check in there right now. Ain't nobody go in the building, sir. Please. Let us do our job. Let us. Is it not her? Not that we know, sir, but please just stay over here. Okay? Please, let us do our job. We're overwhelmed, okay, sir? But you need to stay out here, please. I understand your frustration. I understand that you're worried. Please stay over here. Just go that way, please. All the kids are okay.
He was in my daughter's class, so I understand. It's okay. Calm down. It's okay. We're great. That's great. It's okay. What grade is it? I We're okay. We're okay.
As soon as they unlock the school door, let's go.
Yes, we're okay. We got nothing to do with We're okay.
Let's do our job. Please, sir.
They got it. They took care of it. Super quick. We're good. My daughter's texting me right now. She's inside of the class, and he was in her class, so everything's okay. I got 3 in there. Trust me. I understand. I got 3 in there. We got to stay together. It's okay. You got it.
If you guys want to stay over there, please.
Let's just.
I understand your frustration, sir. I need to know. Señora, quédese ahí un momentito, deja que hagamos nuestro trabajo y ya se entiende muy bien que su hijo sabe, oiga, necesito que ustedes tenemos más de 100 oficiales allá. Déjanos hacer nuestro trabajo. Por favor. I understand. Just stay right here. Stay out of here, please. Just stay right there. Okay, sir. I understand you want to go in and make sure it gets off after. Let us George out for clearing everything. We got one. We don't know if there might be any more. Just let us George out, please, okay? I understand. I understand you are scared. There's kids in there. I understand. But we have over 100 officers in there. We want to make sure everything's safe. And once as of right now, we don't know. And I understand you. Okay, I understand you guys are scared and everything. We have over 100 officers in there. Like, we all responded very fast. But please stay over here for right now. Yeah, it's controlled right now. As far as I know, there might not be.
Just let them say it's controlled.
Yeah, it's controlled. We all have. Ladies, gentlemen, please pay attention to me. Stay over here. I know you guys are scared for your kids. Just stay over here. We have over 100 officers in there. We're sweeping the halls. Let's just do our job, okay? As of right now, I don't know if anybody's hurt or not. But once we figure it out, we'll let you guys know. But please let us do our jobs. We can't have parents just rushing to school because we have over 100 officers in there. We don't want anybody to get hurt, okay? Just stay over here. Señor, quédese aquí un momento. Si hablan español, escúchenme. Entiendo, tenemos más de 100 oficiales allá adentro, lo que necesitamos. I understand, ma'am. Just stay over here. If you're off duty, just stay over here, please. But right now, we have over 100 officers in there. I need you to stay here, okay? Let us do our job. Let us clear it out. And once we have something, I'll let you know. Just please, let us do our job, okay? Say this right now, I'm probably thinking
And are those all the parents that are showing up and people just kind of parking wherever they can?
Yes.
I got control. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please stay over there, sir. Gentlemen. Get over here. Get over here. Get over here, please. Ladies, gentlemen, please stay behind the patrol cars over there. I know you guys are worried about your kids. Let us do our job, please. Okay? Gentlemen, please, let us do our job. Stay over here. Once we have the building clear and everything, and they open up the school, then you can go and see your kids. But for right now, please, just let us do our job. Just, right now you can just stay over here, keep over here. I understand you guys are worried, I understand that. Just please, stay over here. Let's just get through. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, you're just getting here. Please stay right here. Do not go through. Let us do our job. I know you guys are worried about your kids. I understand. We have over 100 officers in there. Let us do our job. Once we clear everything, once we get everything locked down, then we will be able to let you in and see your kids. But please, do us a favor, stay right here. We don't want anybody else getting hurt.
Please let me go back there.
I'm sorry.
Please, no, I can go back there, please. No, please let me go back there. Please let me go back there.
I understand what you did to. I'm sorry.
Please, I gotta go.
Gentlemen, ladies.
After you found your girls in the football field, did you eventually leave to go to the hospital?
Yes,
Did you see any other parents as you were driving to go to the hospital?
I did.
And did you recognize any of them or know any of them?
At the beginning, I didn't. As I was driving off, I remember there was one person in particular that I saw as I was driving. She just looked so scared, and she was running, and she looked scared. She was crying. She was running, and just her face just stuck with me for, I don't know, she just looked so scared. And after that, I ended up finding out that was Natalie's mom.
Natalie Griffith's mom?
Yes.
And when you say she was she running down the street to try to get to the school?
Yes, she was running down Tom Miller because they were no longer letting people park. They had closed off the streets. And I don't know where she parked, but she was running down Tom Miller, but she just had the most worried face. And I remember when I passed by her as I was driving, I just thought, I don't know, her face just embedded in my memory. She just looked so scared.
You indicated earlier that Melanie first went to Northside Gwinnett. Was she eventually transferred to another hospital?
Yes, so she originally was at Northside Gwinnett, and then she was taken to Children's. I think it was Emory or Decatur. I don't recall.
But the Children's Hospital in Atlanta?
Yes.
Where was your daughter injured?
She was injured in her left shoulder.
While she was at CHOA, did she have to receive surgeries?
Yes, she did.
And how many?
I think it was 2.
How long was she in CHOA?
She was in CHOA. Honestly, I don't even know. I think it was a couple of days, maybe 3-4 days.
How old was she on the day of September 4th of 2024?
She was 15.
And after she was released from CHOA, when was she able to go back to school?
She did not go back to school until I think it was January.
And were her activities limited after she was released?
Yes, so she plays soccer and she was unable to play soccer for a while.
Did she have any emotional effects from the shooting?
Yes, she did. She's very shy and very quiet, but she became angry. She became angry, and I didn't understand why. But once I was able to get her to open up, she said she was angry that she couldn't do anything for Mason and Christian. And she felt like it was not fair that she was here and they weren't.
Has she been to counseling?
She's in counseling.
I'll wait for the questions.
Cross.
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, man, for you. What is the state's witness situation? Approach 4:30.
That was our last witness that we had scheduled for the day, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, as I indicated to y'all during jury selection, we were going to attempt to stop around 4:30 most days. So we're going to go ahead and break for today. I have to keep saying it. Stay off the media, stay off the news, stay off social media. And don't discuss the case with others. And we will see you back here tomorrow. Thank you. Anything we need to address?
Not for the state, Your Honor.
Not this time. All right. Let's just go ahead and plan to convene at 9 and we'll see what time the jurors get here. Of course, I'll grab you in the hall.
Judge, there is one thing. We're in the back where the jury is. We're a little concerned about that. We were wondering if we could go down to the second floor. There are a couple of attorney rooms down there. It would be much better. I just don't want to run into the jury and it be something inappropriate. So,
Yeah, why don't y'all in the state come to chambers for a minute?
True crime just got darker. Catch the full episode on the link above. Subscribe to At Southern Sin today and hit the notification bell for more live original episodes Wednesdays at 8 p.m.